We're international. Sorry.
Bring out the poutine.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to another session of Pathfinder with Epic and Friends. We apologize for the funny outburst, and we apologize for the down week. Also, we apologize for my shitty internet service, which I think is fixed. They came out and did maintenance after blaming me for it. So, whatever. When we last left off, our intrepid adventurers found themselves diving deep beneath the earth. Once again, I might add. Can't stay away from them fucking caves. Beneath the surface of Uldar and adventuring downwards into the tunnels of Sodar. Sodar. Whatever the fuck. Upon their arrival into the deeper depths, they found themselves following an aqueduct of sorts, finding a strange mural indicating a number of civilizations built upon a tunnel network deep below connecting to other civilizations. Regardless, our adventurers not being able to make heads or tails of what this all could mean, aside from being a map, ventured deeper within, finding a large aether crystal connected to a water purification network, sending water going upwards into Uldar, likely without the population's knowledge. After resurrecting, reincarnating, revitalizing a corpse of sorts and speaking to it, Dequois and the party learned that a strange flash happened within this area, causing everything to slow and pass within the living's mind, as they sat aware of their bodies slowly decaying for decades to centuries, waiting for death to take them. They can only watch as nothing seemed to change within the confines of this region. What caused this, they do not know. It was around this time that Yedrin Hunt and Camilla... What is your character's last name again?
Minhav.
Minhav. Comrade. Slipped into a side room, finding within it a wide array of potions and 3 very large jars with brains in them. After some slight communication, the group now finds the brains bubbling in front of them, the water growing agitated as if boiling. And it is here that we will resume.
Oh. Map change. What are those things?
You mean out of character on the map?
No, I was in character.
I was gonna say, okay, we're not actually fighting that.
Cam with a sword already drawn is like, I don't know, it looks like brains. But
My question is, why are they doing this now and not when it was just me and you in the room?
They did start bubbling once I came in.
that's worrying.
That is worrying.
And just slowly edges in front of Jack.
Slow retreat to the door, because I also don't want to do any fighting in a room full of old potions.
While you guys are doing this, the brains still turn towards you. Deck.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a will save.
Oh, fun. Great. That's my goodwill save. Hmm.
You kind of feel something tickle at you a little. It doesn't... It's not unpleasant. It doesn't hurt. But you kind of feel yourself mentally push it away. And then it comes back. And you realize that it's lifting your hair up. Like picking one of your bangs up and like lifting it up and like wiggling it around in the air.
Like puts a hand to her head, like holding her hair down. Okay. I think you're messing with my hair. What?
Your hair, I mean, like,
You can visibly see like her
Like a
hair is
manipulating
now
stuff,
lifted
huh?
up.
Okay, question is that their attempt at being hostile or is that attempt at communication?
I couldn't begin to tell you.
Camilla, roll a will save.
oh boy.
You feel your ears get tugged up slowly, and then, like a kid with a cat, they're just pulling them about, wiggling them. It doesn't hurt.
Hey! She swats the air reflexively. Free.
Just you just feel your ears like getting put down. Then suddenly you just feel about 5 pounds of force come down, and it's just like patting the top of your head and ruffling your hair.
Oh.
Okay, I'm wondering if these were mage brains of some sort. How big are these things?
At this point,
Anyway. Yeah.
the size of greyhounds.
Okay, fuck that. They ain't no mage brains.
Granted, from what you're looking at, these things have swollen from taking on excessive amounts of fluid. They're also blue.
Blue? Wow.
Yeah, they're blue in coloration at this point. Camilla, roll another will save. You feel Indolin starting to get drawn out of its sheath.
Oh, she was holding it already.
Oh, well, it's my bad then. You feel like the tip of the blade get moved around slightly. It's like something's messing with it.
Hey, careful with that. It's sharp. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. He doesn't.
Well, it doesn't
Still.
matter for them.
Well,
You see a few more bubbles.
if they're trying to communicate, you thinking the whole one tap for yes, two tap for no thing or something?
I almost wonder if we put a piece of paper and a writing utensil down, if they'd write something.
I mean, I do have a spare pages of notebook and some writing implements. You can try.
As do I.
Yeah. I mean, worth a try if you're up to it.
Camry shakes that gentleman. Takes her spellbook and quill out of her handy half set. Sets it down, flips to an empty page.
There's a moment of silence, and then you see the page you see like the pen go up in the air and move around for a little bit, and then the paper gets moved around, and getting tossed about, and then you can see where it looks like two hands are like pulling at the paper, like fighting
try
over
not
who
to
gets it.
Adrian, you said you had a quill, right?
Yep. Puts. Actually, just to be on this easy side of that, brings out a notebook, flips it to an empty page, and brings out a quill and sits that down as well. So there's two to work with.
You realize that, like, the other one is still like the fighting over the paper, and the quill's still in the air, and then there's a moment where the quill stops and it goes over and it pushes down on the paper very slowly. Attack roll of perception.
Oh no. I rolled a 3, got like a 22. Well, 27, I guess, technically?
So
Depends on how bright the light this is.
you kind of lean over to look, and you see like you see it's drawing like a little house and a few stick figures and some
Oh.
grass.
This is going nowhere.
Alright, so I guess we're dealing with children?
I don't want to think that these are children's brains.
No, that's a frightening thought. It's kind of horrifying, in fact.
Yes,
What in the
quite.
seventh house are they doing down here?
I wish I could tell you. And Dick kind of wanders over and looks at some of the stuff they've got on the shelves.
The paper suddenly hits the ground, and while you're over there, Dak, like looking around, roll a reflex.
Oh, okay. Actually, open my dang sheet. Reflect.
You hop out of the way as one of the hands pulls down a bucket and it almost like goes flopping right onto your head.
Okay, none of that, please. What are we even doing in here?
Getting creeped out.
Obviously.
You basically found room, wanted to see what was inside it and maybe find a manual of how this entire place works, but didn't expect this.
There's suddenly silence again, and all of it go. Everything that you've been handing to them or to mess with sits down, and there's a very quiet hello.
Oh, hello?
And you realize it's like reverberating in the back of your skull.
Oh,
Oh, that's not going to be something I'm getting used to. Yes, hello.
And the voice is relatively deep, but there's a childlike quality to it. And it goes, Who are you?
you're from the surface? You're in underground ruins.
And then there's silence, and the two other voices, and they go, Ruins? And then the third one goes,
This
What year is it?
That's a question. I don't know what year it is in game.
I think it's actually the 7th year of the 7th Umbrella Era at this point.
Give me a second. Just so we can give a proper year.
But, like, 6 after Era ended, like, goodness, how long was it? 1572.
Okay, so there were, 1,572 years in the 6th astral era. So yeah, you guys would be in the 7th year of the 7th umbral era at this point. And then there's quiet, and the brains kind of turn to each other, and then they turn back and they go, how many years were in the last astral era?
About 1600, wasn't it? Somewhere around that, give or take.
And there's quiet for a long time, and they go, oh, okay. What are you doing here? Is there anybody left? It's been a long time.
Dak kind of presses her fingers together and taps them. No one from here besides you, apparently, that we've seen.
And there's
I mean, civilization flourished again, and then got blown up, but flourished again.
Yedrin and Camilla, because you can actually see over the table. Dak cannot. It's a very tall table. She can see under it.
Oh, God.
But Camilla and Yedrin, would you two roll a perception? Actually, Dak, you can roll a perception too.
No, I'm going to stand by the tall table.
Well, you could see under it, so you could see what I was trying to get you to look at.
Okay.
You guys look forward, and you can see that there's 2 bits of machinery connected to each of them from the back, and they're still somehow functioning. Kind of whirring very quietly, puttering about, and you can see a number of like little shards of ethereal dust kind of lingering beneath it. Several little tubes running into the containers that they're in.
What are you doing here? Kind of peeking under the table.
Well, a long time ago, most of us were, well, I think all 3 of us were medical research. Was that it? Were we medical researchers? I think so. Alchemists, maybe? It's been a long time. Makes my head hurt. But we caught some sort of plague, and our bodies were rotting, but our minds were okay. A doctor by the name of Adaji Adoji pulled our brains out and was hoping to somehow reverse the rot, but I guess it never happened. He might have been trying to make new bodies.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
Do you know where he kept his notes?
No. It's been a long time.
Oh, let's see here. Cam wanders over the shelf to look around.
Okay, roll a perception.
I dive it all over the bloody place.
You start looking around, Camilla, And as you're very slowly, kind of meticulously going through the counters for a little bit, you eventually find yourself looking like behind the counter a little bit. And you can see a more series of these pipes, and the tops of them have like contained aether crystals glowing like very, very slightly blue. Beneath it, and they kind of run all the way into the machines that you were looking at. And just kind of like, oh, well, those are things. You don't see any notes. You see a lot of decayed chemicals, a lot of black potions on the tables. Rotting reagents and rusted over pieces of equipment. Not a whole lot that'd be usable to you.
There is literally nothing legible of it.
The one thing that you do see that you're like, oh, that could be something, is you see a moldering notebook sitting on the table. But by moldering, I mean there's a thick layer of black mold growing over the top of it, and it moves.
Okay, that is gross and concerning, and
Yes. All's over.
the mold is moving. Is it supposed to do that?
No.
No.
And by moving, I don't mean like it's moving towards you. I mean like it's bubbling beneath, like it's reacting to the air slightly.
You.
So it like pops up and you observe it for a few seconds and then goes, and you watch as a part of it lifts up, pulls away from the main body, and floats to the ceiling. And you look up and follow it, and there's just like a splatter from where must have been doing this forever.
That's gross. That's very gross.
That is extremely gross. So, who wants to touch the notebook?
Not it.
Not it.
Not it.
Well, if Date were here, I'd suggest him, but
I would not.
isn't he immune to, like, poisons now?
That's beside the point.
That's the whole point.
So, who is that
Millie.
leave?
Millie kind of just preens a little inside of Dak's hair and pulls back and goes, not it! You hear Scotch go, not it.
Nope.
You're resistant to acid, miss.
You still don't want to touch it.
You're also immune to poison. Go touch it.
I don't wanna.
Too bad. You're being voluntold.
You see a pouty Millie just kind of like flutter over. She like, looks back at you and it's like extending a hand towards it. Like,
Why me?
Sort of what if
Prestidigitation.
So one of that would even walk on that.
Probably not.
Mending, probably.
she like lifts it up in the mold, just kind of like still holds in place, still kind of bubbles. It's just just turns to ash, and the mold just hits the table. There's a sudden.
Ew.
There's a sudden. It liquefies. It just liquefies and starts dripping down the side of it, no longer moving.
Well, that's...
Tart, you know burning hands, right?
Yes.
Please, for the love of God, burn it.
I don't want to burn everything else.
We have no idea what's not in this room, and we have no idea what that was actually made of.
I'm not even sure it's still alive anymore.
Yes, that's fine. Great. I should have given you a spell to use.
Millie's like,
it's fine.
it's on my hand!
Prestidigitate! Clean!
It tingles!
And like just uses crate water to clean Millie's hands.
You might clean my hands, but you'll never clean my mind.
Oh, please.
Karen just experimentally pokes at the goop with her sheet.
It doesn't do anything. Your sheath comes away a little sticky.
Yeah.
It's dead, Jim. Can't
Yeah.
prestidigitate. And just puts it back on her belt.
Rowan peeks in the room. Jim.
I don't know.
I don't either, so I was asking. So, why do you guys sound like you're gonna throw up?
There was a big pile of mold on a book, and the book exploded. And
Nice. Did anybody set it on fire?
I kind
Now,
of.
can you?
I don't want to burn everything around it.
And we have no idea what any of these potions, all as they are. And whether or not the same like gunpowder laying around.
Does anyone know Mage Hand?
Oh yeah, of course.
I have it memorized, but I don't have it prepared.
Mage Hand it into the middle of the stone and then we burn it.
At this point, I don't think we have to worry about it, and the book's gone. Unless you can do
I
something
don't
with
want to
the
risk
dust.
it.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, wait.
Do you want to fight a big mold monster later?
It's just goop now.
Do we even know if it's or not? I mean, just came in the room. They've been in here for. They probably know more stuff about what's going on. Kind of like, why are there big brains everywhere?
I heard it squeal.
You also might just hold oxygen escaping from a bubble.
Besides, if we burn it and these brains are into something and it's supposed to be something for them, they might attack us. Let's
It's
burn
very
something.
It's very much not for them.
You sound like, bro, you just hear in the back of your head, like, what did we do to you?
They were apparently.
Rowan just like, wait. Somebody just spoke to me.
It's them. She motions
Well,
to the jars.
Hello, them. What did you do? What do you mean, what did you do?
Why are you so mad at us? We didn't do anything.
No, nobody's mad. These guys will burn anything. I point to the other two, not to you, Tar. I point to the boys. Okay,
Excuse me?
watch it. I'll burn you. Okay, so
I rest my case.
why don't we? I only burn things that annoy me. Why
That's
don't
pretty
we
much
start?
everything.
Yes, pretty true. Why don't we start at the damn beginning and find out what the hell is going on here? Since we're all here to talk about it now. Jeez. I walk over to one of the brains and I say, hello, my name is Rowan Darksbane. Who are you and how did you get here?
We explained to the other three. There's a silence. It's like, what is my name? I don't know. I remember we were researchers of some kind, and we caught a plague virus, something, and it was rotting our bodies. And another doctor by the name of Adoji, pulled our brains out and put us in here where we would still live and be useful until another body could be made or the process reversed. And
how and what year was that?
If they can't remember their names, pretty sure it was a long freaking time ago.
I might have to pull out my Encyclopedia Eorzea.
Were there a whole bunch of you that this came to? What happened to those that became infected?
Give me a second. Let me pull up my Encyclopedia Eorzea.
Because out of character, this is a Toonberry thing, isn't it?
No, that's
No, I
different.
think Tonberries was a different area, I think.
Yeah, Bill Brand, Erlen Slimans is now. Vile Brand, whatever.
I'm gonna go get a drink of water, sorry. Be right back.
Well, the Tom Base was a pretty widespread problem, and it was from like a void center of some kind, wasn't it?
No,
Yeah,
theirs
but
was.
it was all established in the Maritime Nation of Nine.
The
Whatever.
Mahaki sent a amphora that was containing a void scent that caused the transformation to the Nimians via one of their trading vessels, and shit hit the fan.
Mm-hmm. They use a village in the South Seas as their proxy.
At this point,
Leon, do you happen to know what page the timeline's on?
I'm looking at page 50 right now. The very first entry might be.
No, I'm actually looking for like the they had the huge outline of dates.
Yeah, that should be on page 50, or it starts at page 47.
Is that in the first encyclopedia or the second? I thought it was the second.
First.
Oh, then I pulled up the wrong one.
Today in
Thunk.
the Mahaki are assholes. Etherobiological warfare.
I mean, seriously, what did the Maki Empire not fucking do?
Not as much to Alex.
Help
Survive?
Okay, yeah, I guess. I mean, technically they kind of survived. Void Ark still flew.
Yeah, I always feel so bad when you go into that poor dungeon and that poor little Ixal is sitting there and he realizes his entire being is a mistake. It's like, are you kidding me?
Oh no,
It always
that's,
gives me the
That was
feels.
the Alligans.
that's the Fractal Continuum.
Yeah, that
That's the
Hard.
Alligans.
Yeah, that's the Elegans.
Yeah, Mahachi.
Who are
that's
also
one thing Mahachi. Yeah, that's one thing Mahachi didn't do, is become as big as screwballs as Alligans.
The brain's gonna stop for a second and they go, I believe it was the 6th astral era around 1122?
Oh, you guys have been asleep for a while.
Yeah, like 50 years.
Lot longer than 50 years.
I said 550. Did the first part not go through?
Yeah.
No, I just heard 50.
Yeah. Kato, with the knowledge on the mold, it's black mold that's been allowed to sit for so long that the spores gained some slight semblance of maneuverability. You're assuming that what was happening was it was budding and
Brad.
it grew it basically had a mutation where it was lighter than air.
So, I don't want to call you Mr. Brain. So I'm just gonna say,
Brian.
Anyway, okay.
By the way, Rowan, because you probably missed it, each of the brains have grown to the size of greyhounds because they've taken so much water and they're blue.
Oh no, I heard that part. I
Okay.
wasn't here, so I mean, I was in the other. I was. I don't know what I'm fucking trying to say.
It's fine.
I was listening while I was stuffing my face, but you know, I'm just not going to respond to the big blueness because it's like, oh shit. talking brain. I'm gonna call you Bluey, because you know you're kind of blue. Do you know what this place originally was for?
Water production? I don't remember that much.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, and I apologize ahead of time that I'm not very tactful.
Connor,
But-
you attempt to do acrobatics.
That was a misclick. That was a misclick.
You just fall flat on your
break
face.
dance.
I was gonna say he takes a step, he falls.
Kata does a gravity check with thin air. So my question is, there was an instance here where everything seemed to stop. There was a bright flash. Do you have any recollection of that happening?
No. We remember there was one day everyone just stopped coming.
Do you remember anything that happened prior to when they stopped coming?
No. Every day was the same. They'd come in, they'd stimulate us with knowledge, keep us sharp, ask us questions.
How did you manage to survive all these hundreds of years intact? How come your water hasn't evaporated through natural means? And I'm sorry, I don't understand how you're still here and big and blue.
Because you did that roll in Knowledge Arcana.
Okie doke. Oh my god.
You have just enough points to realize that the crystals connected to them are what's keeping them alive.
I think I can answer that. You see these crystals? Cam says, motioning to the ones set aside.
Rowan sees the crystals. Yeah, I see those.
I think they're connected to the fluid maintenance system, I think? And
Water purification and processing system?
yeah, and they are providing a preservation effect to the water in their jars. And that's being constantly maintained, so
But the water purification isn't that etherical? So they're basically been pumped full of etherical water.
That seems to be about the gist of it.
Okay.
Basically, the answer's magic, like it usually is.
Rowan
well, of
and
course
Dak,
it's magic, but it's magic with a particular structure to it that
Rowan and Dak,
Well, I thought-
because this is pointed out to you, I would like both of you to roll Knowledge Arcanas as well.
Ha 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 ha.
I would love to if my sheet would stay up.
Poor Rowan.
My sheet's there and then it disappears. Then it goes away and then it comes back.
At least my knowledge arcana is better than my history.
You two You two don't know anything.
I know nothing.
I mean, of course it's magic. It's a system of magic that just happens to predate modern knowledge.
Rowan is gonna cast Detect Magic. Just to see if she can maybe find the source.
And then
Your
Rowan's
eyes,
blinded by the light.
your eyes start to hurt. You cast it, and it's like there. It's like looking. Rowan, have you ever watched? Have you ever watched any of the Fates?
The what?
Have you ever watched any of the Fate series?
Fate Night? That
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Fate. I've seen them.
You know when they like visualize the magic circuits going through?
Yeah.
It looks like that throughout every inch of this room, like running into the brains. The brains have been so like essentially irradiated by Aether that they're glowing magic. There's magic glowing all over the counters where the potions and the little equipment is. There's the ley lines going through. the machines in the background, the tanks, all of it's just like wom, 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 wom.
Okay, I'm gonna like cover my eyes and that was a really bad idea. I need glasses now.
You do note while you're doing that, there is a massive source in the room adjacent. And then there is...
I don't need your glasses, I'm just kidding.
Then roll up... What the fuck? Perception.
that was Cat, I'm sorry.
It's cool. Roll a perception real quick. Oh,
How?
okay, you already did. There was a moment where you look down and it goes through the floor and it continues going down and down and down. And you see where everything else is blue, there's this black and red speck kind of almost throbbing like a little ember far beneath you. And it turns towards you the moment you see it, then it blinks out.
I go to the brains, and you're sure there's nothing else here? No other beings of any sort, magical or otherwise?
Well, I mean, where could they go? They can't exactly leave.
Well, I mean...
Yeah.
Roll a diplomacy.
Me?
Yes. Because you see, like, they're bubbling for a second, and they kind of, like, turn to each other. It seems like they're having a conversation. They go, there was one thing that came through a long, long time ago. Very nice creature. Had a lot of legs.
Was it black and red?
No, it had yellow stripes on its back with brown fuzzy bits.
How many legs did it have?
I think 6.
Okay.
And it had an upper torso like a human, but a spiderish head and a few arms.
Oh.
Not another one of those. Oh, my head hurts now.
It
To be fair-
looks at you and it says it was about your size.
To be fair, the other one was bigger and a plant.
And to be fair,
Did I miss something?
they didn't say this is nice. Whoever Game 2 is nice.
It asked,
When that other creature was here, what did that creature do?
it asked us if it could help us.
And how did it help you? And how did it help you?
We didn't know how to answer. We said we would have liked to leave, but it told us it didn't know how to take us out or do anything like that. We told it we didn't know how to operate the machinery, but after some examinations, it said it didn't see any signs of fault or that anything bad would happen. It sat and talked with us for hours and then left with a few things.
What did it leave with? Do you remember?
Seeds. I think a jar of oil and you can see it's really straining to remember, and it's actually like physically hurting this thing.
Okay, let's...
Oh. After it took the seeds in the jar of oil, I think it found a whetstone and took that too.
Seeds of
Seeds.
done in oil?
Can you motion to where the seeds and the oil were, so maybe we can kind of get an idea of what was around it? Or just tell us what...
Right around this area, a bowl on the table lifts up.
I don't know where my... Okay.
It's up where Dak is.
I don't know where my token is. Oh, there it is.
Bottom.
It's at the bottom next to Works.
Bye, Worksy. I'm gonna roll a perception on the bowl
Okay.
and the area just to kind of see if there's like any like labeling of sorts that may have survived or.
Okay. Kato and Rowan, you walk over there, everything is covered in dust. And there's luckily no more mold. You don't see any particular labels around there. And as you're looking around trying to find anything else, you do see that there's a lever situated way behind the container.
So we have a lever here. Works, don't touch it.
Oh, can I touch it?
No.
Wait, let's not go touching things yet.
I was only going to touch it if it was shiny and red.
Kato, with your knowledge engineering, you take a long look at it and you realize it's not connected to the aether piping, but you're unsure what it does.
Well, it's
Here's a
not.
question for you.
Yeah.
I was meant to ask.
Yeah, what's up?
Signaling how disabled devices is used, could you use it as a stand-in for knowledge engineering in this case to try and figure out what it does?
No.
No? Okay.
I will say, however, because you and Dak rolled extremely high in perception earlier, you can see that there's a latch underneath the table in the center of the room.
Well, the lever isn't connected to the piping at all, so.
Good plot now. Good plot now.
Camilla, calm down, sweetie. We'll pull the lever as soon as we know it's not going to explode on us.
Likewise, Kato, because you walked in and you've now had the piping pointed out to you, please roll a knowledge arcana on it. I swear, Fiona's the only character that has knowledge arcana of the entire lot. That's hilarious.
I have knowledge arcana, I just rolled really shittily.
I have knowledge.
I was gonna say, I have a rank in it.
I rolled a 2 and I still passed!
Jesus. Yeah, Kato, you have no idea what the fuck's going on with this stuff.
Can I try again?
You know, for the sake of it, sure.
If I roll a 1, I'm going to scream.
Removes heads up.
Okay, I will give you a +1 because you're examining it, and a lot of people have been examining it, so you've been comparing notes. You do recognize that these crystals are keeping these things alive. Moreover, you quickly realize that if you pull a couple of them out, it will basically grant them an instant painless death.
Wait a minute, so you're telling me I just found their death lever?
No, not the levers. If you pull the crystals out of the pipes.
So if we pull the crystals out of the pipes, we will kill these brains that are filled with immense knowledge. No, I'm relaying that back to everybody.
I find several things wrong with this.
I will counter that with the way they've been behaving. They're very childlike. They're answering the questions to the best of their ability, but they seem to, at this point, basically have the intelligence of a 10-year-old.
So long as they've mentally decayed.
Like, morally and factually. I don't know if they have that knowledge still, or if it's just out of reach of them, or... I don't work with brains, okay?
Also, there is a latch on this table.
I noticed that too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not on the table, it's under it.
Yeah, it's under the table. I probably saw it because of my lower source of gravity. Whatever.
Whether that lever is connected to it or not, I couldn't quite say.
Now can we
Okay, Ark.
Yes.
So we discussed the crystals, but weren't we all looking at the lever that's over there as well?
Yeah, you still don't know what the fuck it does. You just know that it won't cut the pipes off.
So if we pull the lever, the crystals and the pipes are fine. So technically, that's what we're thinking at this point.
Right, it's not connected to them.
Okay. Oi. Give me a headache.
Camilla, you basically at this point can confirm what Kato was talking about.
With which? Whatever.
With the lever, you can confirm it's not connected to the pipes.
Okay, Cam, go for it.
Okay. Falls it.
You just, Yedra roll reflex.
No, this is the lever, not the switch on the table, under the table.
Also works roll reflex.
It's moving the table.
I've rolled a... You're rolling awful. Freaking 3.
What?
Oh crap.
Okay, for some...
Okay, works. You hop out the way. Yedrin, there's just this...
I think that
Go ahead.
+2 avoid trap should apply in this case.
Regardless, there's just this wave of steam that comes out from under the table, jetting straight into Yedrin. Yedrin take 5 points of scalding damage.
I was gonna say, if it counts as fire, I got protection.
It's less fire and more... call it...
intense heat.
We'll call it fire, for the sake of it. So it just
Yes, yeah.
blows over you, you feel wet, your scales kind of like start dripping, and you just look down and you see the latch underneath the table is now lifted up, and there's a staircase leading down into it.
So, just so you guys know, when I did my detect magic and blinded myself, I did see something that went down in that direction. That was different magic, different aura shape than... it was black and red.
Cam, in her infinite 8 wisdom, decides to cast Detect Magic and look.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, because they're gonna kill you.
I can see all.
You look around, it's like everything around you's magic. You're like, ah! Like you're
Yeah, because
tripping out.
Rowan is still like peering through fingers, trying to avoid the thing. Why did you do that?
It's like
Cam's
basically.
eyes could be any more dilated they would be.
Basically, it's like
She
you're on.
drops it and rubs her face.
It's like being on like catnip and acid at the same time.
Oh my.
But roll a perception.
I was gonna say, in the meantime, you're just stand there blinking, just sighing, because...
Alright, Camilla, you're like, ah! Alright, look down. And you look down, and as you do so, you focus, and it goes deep and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, and then all of a sudden, you see like 50, 60 little black and red lights surrounding this bonfire-esque one in the center. One snuffs out. The large bonfire one, attention seems to turn to you, and they all vanish.
Cam drops the spell and just rubs her eyes. Oh gods, I'm going to be seeing spots for weeks. But I did see, like, not just one, but like a dozen, 5 dozen of those black and red lights. Around a big one.
Oh, that doesn't bode well at all.
Yeah, no.
So, either creature colony or someone's been hiding down here.
Also, it noticed me.
Oh, wonderful.
I think it's got some way to hide its aura.
So it's something that knows magic.
It's something that knows magic and is possibly infesting little riddles. What could those seeds that they have taken? Could this be involved in that?
One of the brains goes, I think they were just melon seeds.
At this point, give a 50-50 chance that it took the stuff, couldn't figure out how to help them, so it just went off and started a civilization down here on its own.
I mean, it's good. How would they extract? How would even we? How to? Because I mean, if we take them off of here, there's so much magic in the room that's keeping them alive. It hurts.
I wasn't commenting on that so much as the decent chance that the creature that was here started its own little civilization using magic to grow stuff on the ground.
I mean, it could just be one thing with a lot of little things around it. It was like the other dogs were tiny.
Ron, for example, you only saw one little tiny dot. You didn't see the bonfire thing that Cam's talking about.
Oh no, I didn't say. I didn't say she saw more than I did. I saw one.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I couldn't.
It was like, no, they said melon seeds. She says, motioning towards the tanks before pausing.
Yeah, I think they were melon seeds. Either that or tomatoes.
Oh my god, I think it's like a swarm going around this guy. Oh my god, I'm going to be sick.
Huh?
What?
You know the person they described? The spider?
Yeah?
You know how they just said that there were like a bunch of melon seeds around him just now?
Yeah.
I think it's related to what I saw down there.
So
Is,
what?
I'm sorry. Say that again. What?
I think it's related to what I saw down there.
You saw a bunch of plants?
The oil. What was the oil that they took?
Oh, they stop and there's a long thought. It was either lantern oil or they stop and look at each other again and go, "Wait, no! It wasn't that. It was like a leftover thing of salad oil, wasn't it?" There's like some slight argument whether it's like oil to like lubricate a weapon or like actual oil or just salad oil. Like they don't remember.
It doesn't really matter. It was probably used to grease like a cog or something that was stuck somewhere.
Or some kind of magical reagent.
That's what I was thinking. A magical free agent at that point.
Yeah, true.
If this facility is still going even after all these years, someone has to be maintaining it. It some level.
I think it's mostly autonomous at this point. Like, the people here staff mostly seem to just be observers, making sure everything was working.
Yeah, that skull that we saw was just sitting there with a notebook. You don't see any signs of workmen or tools. So it's etherical.
It mostly runs on magic, and as long as it was proper ritual, it might go forever, I guess. Maybe? You guys know?
What's the amount of...
Did you roll knowledge arcana?
You know what shows I do, I don't actually have that.
Maybe you get a burst. Maybe you get a burst of insight.
With the amount of aether in this room...
So rolls an 18.
No. You know about as much as everybody else knows at this point.
Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but it just increasingly seems like they downsized their staff here in the worst way possible.
The brains just kind of chime in. It's like I said, they just stopped showing up one day. We stopped. We can't really hear anything. We read minds, and everything just stopped one day. The only thing we could hear were each other.
So, if you want to stretch a timeline to this, they catch a plague, they put it into tanks, the researchers are doing stuff to try and help them. One day, through what supposedly is a giant aether crystal, probably connected to a ley line, so something, probably some kind of giant warp that's being used to purify water. Some kind of bright light flashes from that. If I had to guess, another weird-ass ritual. Well, and that takes out everyone in the facility, leaving them in the tank. Years later, Spider Lady comes through, grabs some stuff, leaves, and is never seen again. After talking to them for a couple hours.
Rowan down at the staircase underneath the table. Are there lights? Can anything be seen?
Beneath the table?
Yeah, and the stairs.
Do you look down there?
Now I roll a good roll.
You look down there, down the stairs, you see pipes no longer, glowing with magic. Every now and then you hear a faint of steam coming through. But otherwise, no. You don't really see anything down there. It's very dark.
And, yeah, with this...
If I cast dancing lights and put them down there, will anything change?
Okay. You cast dancing lights, and as they go down into the hall and start lighting things up, you can see that there's steam pouring out of some pipes, darting downward in all these other ways. And then as you let them fall further and further, you can see it kind of bends off and goes another way, and it starts to obscure your vision, but very slightly at one point you see a window with water going all the way up the top of it. You see little lines on the wall next to it, but you can't read what's written next to it at this moment.
Cam goes over to the entrance and takes out a single caltrop for casting the light on. Then tosses it down after the dancing light.
Okay. I don't think Cam can toss a caltrop about 200 feet, so... Yeah.
Just
I can roll dex check
dropping it down?
or range attack.
You gotta drop it down, and then it's gotta angle and roll straight, because it's not just going down a stairwell. It straightens out and goes into a hallway.
Uh-huh.
So,
Man, my magic sucks. She trudges down to get a caltrop.
okay, you start walking down in there. Actually, roll a dex check to see how far you threw your caltrop. Okay. So you chucked it when about 70 feet. You walk and you walk and you walk and you hit about the midpoint and you hear the and it goes.
Oh, that made my dog
Oh,
jump.
shit.
Roll a reflex.
Yeah.
Cam's like, nope. Ears just like fall down as the whistle starts to hit her. She just jumps out the way and just this burst of steam comes down. And you just see your caltrip now like sweating from the burst of heat and humidity.
It's trapped down here. She calls back up.
Sorry, what did you say?
Karen calls up. It's trapped down here.
Say
I'm
it's a
nearly flash broiled, so yeah. Can someone come down here and just? Oh shit! Kim just bolts.
Then there's just a sudden. Hang on. Everything kind of levels out.
Kim just jumps out of the hatch and just cowers in front of the table with her ears flattened.
So then we're not going down that hole, right?
Someone else can go down there, not me.
No.
Do we have any other
We got
options?
flash broiled and that noise really hurt my ears.
But do we have any other options is the question.
Well, I mean, we're trying to get lower to lower levels anyway. Maybe we can find another way to get down to a level that's safer than being scalded by steaming hot water for most of you guys.
Well, we're already pretty close to the bottom of the filtration system, so I don't know what path we could take down.
I just sighs. Give me a few minutes to buy some stuff.
So you walk down in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have perception like going.
Okay. All right. You look down there and with the dancing lights that Rowan set up and your own dark vision, you gaze around and you can see pipes all over the place, just kind of situated with... What is that noise?
Hmm?
Oh. It's just feedback. Okay.
Yeah.
You see all these little pipes running along the walls, and every now and then one of them just kind of whistles and lets out some steam. With your perception, it's pretty easy to tell that it's corrosion from the pipes that have been carrying water for so long. Screws that have lost their tightness. Just general need of maintenance.
So I can tell it's not so much trapped as it is that the entire thing's pretty unstable.
You wouldn't call it unstable. It's just that the water going through this area is not being magicked, but there is something that's heating it. And the steam is escaping.
Just looking for some tools to maybe do some minor repairs to...
You find a very rusty scalpel. And you do happen to find a ball peen hammer.
I was just checking to see if I could figure out if it was actually traps or just the actual, just the piping being weird and bad. Because do you have the rogue's thing for handling magic traps?
Do you see any valves to turn off the flow?
No. They don't see a valve to turn off the flow.
Well,
How far down are you going, Yedrin?
As far as I can safely.
Okay.
Like-
You walk about 100 feet, and I need you to roll a reflex. You hear the and then the burst of steam, and you hearing it coming, you just kind of like step very casually out of the way, and it blows past you for about a good 5 seconds, and then it just goes back to normal.
This study looks around. Yeah, it's not trapped down here. It's just this piping is really broken down at this point.
Oh, do you see a way to shut off the pipes down there? Can't mean lost.
Yedrin, roll another perception because you're further down there and you have a clearer line of sight on where Rowan put the dancing lights against the glass.
Should camera roll perception for looking up top?
No. There's not a...
Okay.
You've searched the room. There's not a valve for any way to turn off the water. Yedrin, with your 39 in perception, as you gaze over to where the dancing lights are sitting, you see a little written estimation, and it reads, water reserves and table for the Silde region. Optimal fullness should be 60%. It reads 80. Hey, buddy.
Well, that's not good. Hey guys.
what's wrong?
How bad is it if something like this is starting to overflow by over 20%?
Pretty bad.
Really, really bad?
I wouldn't say really bad, just pretty bad.
I'm not an engineer, but that might be a bit of a problem, yeah.
Yeah. I just relay back what I'm reading to them, and then just add, am I reading that right that its maximum capacity is about 60% and it's going over by that much?
Kato, do you actually walk down there to go look at it fully, or are you just making estimations from where you are?
I'll head down and take a look.
Okay, as you start to head down there, would you make a reflex save when you get around to 80 feet in? You hear the... Sorry, buddy.
Okay, can we just say it's a really high pitched whistle and save the poor people that are wearing headsets?
Yeah.
Cam plugs her ears and goes down after.
I want you all to think how bad that probably felt for my cat who was sitting on my lap during that.
Dude, it's in my ears. It is directly in my eardrums here.
I'm having no problems with it.
Oh my god.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Squeaky Pants.
reflex?
Anyway, he already did, but the burst
No,
of steam...
I mean for Cam.
Did you go down there with him?
Yeah, she just plugged her ears and went down after.
Okay, then yes, you need to roll a reflex. The two of you hear it coming well before it happens, and just kind of run forward a little bit, and you just watch the steam burst out behind you, and then pass on. The room gets a little muggier, and you're like, it's uncomfortable. You keep
I
walking.
really, really hate this place.
Kato, as you hit the back end, you start to look at the table, and you can see the glass, and you see the water where it's lined out. And you kind of look over it, and you go, okay. And you read where it says optimal, and you sort of take a look around, you gaze at the water table, take a few seconds to look about, like, all the measurements, and you realize that by optimal, they mean essentially with the estimations of how much rain they get and the production from the crystal and all that, 60% is the optimal location for it to be at some given point in time that you don't know, where it would drain all that out and then the crystal would produce enough to refill to that point. It's in no danger of overflowing.
So basically, from what I can tell, this 60% is not an overflow. It's more of this is how much the crystal purifier can handle at any given time.
So we're not in danger of it overflowing and drowning.
Well, drowning all of us but you.
I thought I'm in favor of not drowning, so I like this.
But no, it's not gonna drown us all, but we probably should try and find a way to relieve some pressure, because it's not good, but it's not awful.
Well, this is looking like a maintenance tunnel. If you wanted to find the stuff you need,
By the way, with your perception, now that you're down the corner, you look straight ahead, and like 100 feet, you see a door.
I'm saying, well, this is either a maintenance tunnel or a hidden part of the lab, so...
Is the steam jet coming out at like the same spot every time?
It comes out in random locations, but usually around the center of the room. Center of the hall. It basically, it jets out from either side of the hall, from what you've seen, anywhere between 60 and 120 feet.
He's just gonna go back and kind of mark out where it starts and where it stops, just so the others have a reference.
Okay, I need you to make 2 reflex saves.
I was gonna say, unless he has like mage hand or something.
Okay, you very easily avoid them. The sound makes it very apparent when it's coming, and there's quite a bit of time to get out of the way. So you just you walk over, you walk all the way through, mark where it's going to hit, and then you walk all the way back, and you mark where it would stop, and then you just keep moving.
Okay, he hops on the link pearl to the people upstairs. I marked off where the danger zone is, so when you see that, just kind of book it.
Book it. Okay.
Right.
Here's the question before you do that, though. Anything else you want to say to the brains, or anything you want to talk to them about still, or do you want to leave them something to do as a company?
I still have some playing cards from the Amalja.
I'm not sure if it's a good thing to ask or not, but are you happy like this?
Would gives Jack side eye, like, really?
I mean,
Works is just eyeing Dak like.
No words come out of her mouth, but just like that. Really face. Come on.
because apparently we could remove the crystals and could end it. If that would be preferable for you. And she just looks really pained, like even suggesting this.
Or, Rowan pipes up, we are mapping this for further exploration, as well as our own scientists come down here. They might be able to be more useful to them than, say, Spider Lady, or, the agents of Bumbledom Mayhem.
I just wanted to give them the choice, or at least let them know that it is a choice. But it's never mind.
They don't really answer, though. There is you see the brains kind of moving, like they bob a little, and they kind of look at all these different ways. Little sense motive.
Boop, boop, boop.
Fuck off, Siri.
Ah!
Yep.
You can't read them.
Of course not, they're giant brains.
I'm getting a Futurama feels right now.
They do not respond.
I'm sorry for even suggesting it. She starts going down the stairs.
Also, Mitchell.
What was
What
that?
was that?
So I was gonna say, did we get our books up there?
I was gonna say the one book we saw exploded.
No.
Huh?
Me and
The ones Cam and Yetrim put out.
I don't know.
Rowan looks around, sees their books, and picks them up. We'll give them to her when she gets down there.
Oh yeah, they're notebooks.
Oh, right.
Oh,
those.
but Rowan also opens up hers and sketches the room and the latch location, the crystals.
Mm-hmm.
And she looks at the brains before she starts heading down, and she's like, I know it was a hard thing for her to ask. She keeps us alive. So please don't take any offense if there has been any done. She's only looking out for your best interest.
The brains
But-
thought for a moment, and roll a sense motive.
Roll a sense what?
Motive.
Motive.
I know I was kidding, I'm kidding. Come on, sense. Nah, fuck.
Somebody queued for something.
I know Jack.
Actually,
Katarina, shush.
Actually, Rowan, you realize with the current state and just like the way that they're moving slightly, they no longer have the capacity to realize what's being asked of them at that moment. It's such a deep philosophical question of, is life worth living in the way that you're living it in that situation, that they just don't know how to answer. They're confused and frankly scared by the question.
Computational error.
Well, wish us luck, brains. We'll be back.
I mean, I guess the best way to put it is you basically asked a 10-year-old if...
What the meaning of life was.
Yeah, so
No.
they're like,
Yeah. That's, we'll just leave it at that, and we'll be back. Wish us luck.
okay, bye.
Rowan hurries down the stairs.
Okay. I take it everybody has gone down the stairs at this point?
Yep.
Rowan looks at Works. When this is over and done with, if you take me in anything that goes underground for at least the next couple of months, I'm gonna beat you with a hot stick.
If I voluntarily go anywhere underground, you have my permission to beat me.
Okay, Worksy, I'm gonna keep that in mind.
So,
Because I'm not setting foot underground for the next year.
So the Kato, Yedrin, and Cam already went through, right?
Yeah, we're just sort of waiting for them.
Okay, so Dak works Rowan. When you get down, you see where Kato has marked it and has told you to book it. You may roll a reflex, add 5 to your roll.
My reflex did it roll?
Don't need it.
Yeah, it didn't roll. Okay, I needed it.
So, Works didn't need it. Dak and Roland would have taken damage had they not had the bonus, but you all rush through. You hear the whistling sound, and like the pipes like do a little rapid fire, but you get through completely unscathed.
Once they're across, Cam looks to Rowan and Works and says, "Get a rim." Smirk.
After this.
Kato just looks at Works and...
How was that even remotely flirty?
You called him Worksy.
Yeah, I didn't mean it was like lovey. It was, I'm going to irritate you. Do you really think he likes to be called Worksy?
You see Scotch pop
Not at
up.
all.
Old married couple dives right back into Dak's hair.
See, he gets it.
That's at him.
Also, no offense, I've known some couples down the dark route who are into that kind of thing.
Oh
If you
yeah,
have to work, you want to assume one way or the other.
Okay, let's just move on.
Dak just shakes her head. Her ears are all drooped as she's walking along with you guys.
Yeah, it's midnight. We hear you.
No, that's
So-
actually Tesla.
So, thoughts? Maintenance tunnel or secret lab?
What, behind the door?
We're down this hatch.
Spidery death.
I'm gonna go with option C and yeah, fiery death sounds like a good option.
No, spidery death.
Oh, that's even worse.
Exactly!
Basically, at this point, when you guys have gotten down the end of the hallway, you see the door, and it basically looks like a submarine door. It's got a handle that you turn to open it.
So let's pretend this is a fire, and I'm going to put my hand on... Oh, wait, I shouldn't put my hand there, because I wouldn't feel it. Somebody touch the door.
Kato walks up and puts the back of his hand up against the door.
It's a little
That's
cold.
just- Yeah, that's a good question. Before we open
It's
this door-
cold. It's cold, but it's damp.
It's cold, not hot.
We're on-
Okay, well, that's good.
We're under the water line right now, right?
Yeah.
Do we have to worry about opening that door?
Does the door open towards us or away from us?
Either way.
Well, if there was water pushing up against the door, it would have drowned us already.
Roll a perception.
I mean, it is a bulkhead. It's designed to, stop that, I think.
You realize it's not an appropriate bulkhead. There's actually hinges that you can see right here. It's just a stylistic choice to have the handle on it. You can actually see the cracks around the door where it's supposed to open.
Yeah, we're fine. Opens the door. Let's see what's behind door number 1.
Do you push it open or do you pull it open?
Which way does it go?
Both.
Either way.
Oh, it goes both ways?
Yeah.
Push it, man. Push it good.
Push, I guess.
Okay. You push it open. And
This way you could peek.
You push it open and there's no rush of water that comes out and hits you. You just look forward and you see a round sitting area awaiting you. Because you're the one standing in front, you're kind of blocking everyone else's view, Kato. You're a big man.
It's a waiting area.
But you look inside and it's a circular waiting area. You could probably seat about 10 people comfortably. Oddly enough, there is a basket of freshly picked flowers on the middle of the table, primarily pink and purple, surrounded by 6 skeletons sitting quietly staring at them. 3 of them are holding cups with tea that are still steaming in their hands, kind of like double fisting them on the table. One of them is leaned back and has like a notebook sitting on the lap. It appears to have dozed off. And then the other 2 are just kind of like leaned back.
Why does it feel like someone's staging a haunted house in here? Just
This place
opens
got
the door.
This place got hit by some extreme amounts of magic bullshit, didn't it?
Yeah, looks like
And as you start to come in,
And-
you look forward, Kato,
Mm-hmm.
and at the seat that has its back turned to you mostly, you realize that there's someone with a full head of hair sitting there.
Hello?
No response.
Steps to the side so everybody else can get in.
Cam glances over, switches to the others. Who wants to approach it? I'm looking at it.
Well, it's over at work. Alright, it's your turn to get balls. Come on, let's go.
Okay, before we go through all these problems and all this arguing about it,
I'll do it.
is there a swivel chair and 2 mage hand?
They don't appear to be swivel chairs.
Okay, then we can't just.
What's a swivel chair?
Desk chair.
I'm just saying, would we know what a swivel chair is?
I'm decently sure we would. Considering some of the stuff that Elosia has, I wouldn't be surprised if there's swivel chairs.
You saw some swivel chairs in Garlemald.
Oh, okay.
I think
I'm
it's some
being a
Elven
smart
thing.
ass, okay?
Yeah. I was trying to remember. It's like, have I ever introduced you to swivel chairs? Yeah, at Garlemald I did. Or at Camp Westwind.
Did
I
Rowan
don't know
go
why
spinny?
you have any here, though. Oh, God.
Did you go spinning while you were in a chair?
I don't know. Alright, well, I'm gonna stop now. I'm sorry. I'm being a pain in the ass.
All right.
Rowan is gonna push Works forward.
Okay, Works.
What
What
are
do
you
you?
walking for?
Okay, you go into the room. Works. What do? You see the you see the one head with hair on it. The rest of them are like full skeletons, but their clothing is surprisingly immaculate.
I'm going to pull out my weapon and use that to turn the chair around.
It like squeaks. It's heavy. It will require a lot more leverage than you're used to having to put on your spear to turn it around appropriately.
Just get closer. It didn't respond when I said something, and it's not responding now, so just suck it up.
I was testing to make
Just
sure
size,
like there wasn't gonna be like a giant axe coming down my face if I touched.
Cam face palms.
That just goes to the room and goes over to where the dang skeletons are and looks.
Yeah, Jim, what did you say you were gonna do?
I was gonna say just size and just look at what the outside of the chair is.
Okay, Dak and Yedrin walk around. There is an individual with very pallid skin, pale, paper pale,
Ooh.
to the point that you can see all the veins beneath, and the veins have all turned black. The eyes are staring forward blankly. The hair, the teeth, the beard that this person has, with a little goatee going on, are all fully intact, groomed. Still dressed in like an engineer's outfit. Perfectly intact. Not moving, not doing anything. Very clearly dead.
What race is this?
It's a hero.
Wow.
Judging by the skeletons, you're looking at maybe Tudor Ogaden, a Lalafell, possibly 2 here, and maybe an Elzen.
Well, now we can say for certain that this was not a natural death for any of them.
Well, this one's really rather intact. I'm not sure what makes it different than the others. Just the area, maybe?
I mean,
Ether concentrations or something.
Cam, meanwhile, goes to check on the tea and the journal to see how they've stood the test of time.
The tea and the flowers?
The flowers, too, but also the journal.
The what?
The book. One of the...
Oh,
You said one of them as a journal.
Oh yeah, he has a notebook sitting on it. You go over and you like touch the notebook, and it just turns to ash immediately. There wasn't anything written on it. Like when you looked over to look at it, it looked like some sort of like meeting minutes, and the person was like doodling instead of actually paying attention.
Well, that's more history lost. Probably not really worth it, though.
Do you look at the tea, though? And you look down, and it appears this was freshly made tea. Like it's got a fresh tea bag in it. The water is fresh, and it's still hot.
Cam experimentally pokes it with her sheath and stands back.
The cup stays intact. Nothing happens. The
Maybe.
skeleton hand kind of creaks around it, but that's about it.
Maybe the reason why is this was more recent than the others.
or someone is playing house with dead bodies.
Also a possibility.
I'm kind of leaning toward what Tart's saying.
I'm leaning towards Todd as well, because supposedly, according to Uldar, no one's been down here for ever.
So, I mean, I can understand things crumbling at a touch. Prize must be open, but still, the fact of the matter is this room is damp. It's got all the issues going on outside. Nothing should remain.
Actually, this room is not damp. This room is... Until you open the door, this room was almost completely sterile.
I'm gonna look at the dead body that's there and determine, see if I can determine just by what it's wearing, whether or not it would be like the same era-ish.
It's very clearly the same era. Yeah, Jordan, you're distracted. You're so creeped out. You're like,
No.
Dak, can I get you to roll a perception too?
Yep.
This is gonna be for me to check out the room, but yeah, just a bit distracted by what the hell.
Alright. Dak, you kind of stop for a second. And you kind of see, because you're examining the body that's still intact. Rowan, the clothing looks basically like just a clean and intact version of what you saw the skeleton way back in the other room wearing. So it's the same time period. You look and you kind of squint and you move forward and you sort of open the pocket of the one that's still intact, and you see there's a single raven feather inside of its breast pocket.
Who's doing that? Me?
You.
She kind of stretches because she doesn't want to actually touch the body itself. And she just kind of reaches in and gingerly takes the feather.
It's soft and it's even lighter than a normal raven's feather.
That's very
It
odd.
also doesn't appear to have any signs of age on it.
That's really weird.
That's how places in a giant pot.
I'm really worried for whoever is going to come down here after us.
I'm still worried for us.
Yeah.
Camilla, do you still have a detect magic going?
I do.
No, but
I
she can
think Camilla
recast it.
dropped it.
Rowan, you may roll a perception. That's 20.
Nice.
These
Alright.
others I see all.
Rowan, you kind of look around for a second. You don't sense any magic in the room. Well, you sense a little bit coming from the Raven's Feather. But you look over and you see there's a window. And you kind of blink. And there's a single amorphous shape that's not visible by the naked eye, floating off in the distance. And then when you look at it, it kind of jitters for a second and then blinks out of existence.
Okay. So remember when Cam said something noticed her and disappeared?
Uh-huh.
Okay, something was floating in there behind that window.
Okay.
And it noticed me noticing it, and then it disappeared.
What's out the window?
A giant asshole.
That and there's magic coming off of the that and there's magic on that feather.
Is there?
Is it? Is it? I wish Fionn was here, because I'm wondering if this is any void scent stuff that's going on. Or if we're being watched by any void scent.
Dak chuckles lightly. Oh, look, it's one of Knockcramp's feathers.
Well, if it was one of Knockcramp's feathers, we'd be poisoned.
That's very fair.
Who's to say we aren't?
Oh, please don't.
Scott just pokes up. I don't know what you guys are doing. You're still in the quicksand. Tripping balls.
He reaches up and like pokes his head. Stop that. No. No. Do not
It is kind of like a bad experience trip.
Well, fresh tea, fresh flowers, a raven feather,
A body that's almost intact.
maybe a little desiccated, but
It smells
Can you
nice.
tell how it died?
what was that?
I said it smells nice.
It's just stuffed full of potpourri at this point. That'd be terrible. So are there any other doors in this room?
Yeah, there's another door on the other side. When you look
And you
out,
said that the window was a black hole.
Outside
there's
of the window.
there's a window, and you look out of it, and there's no path there. It's basically just a big gaping hole into the earth.
So what if you saw was either climbing or floating?
Regardless, back to what I was saying, you look back over the little area where the door is, and you can see this very large mural of a garden.
Well, I guess if you're underground, you want to bring as much of the... Oh, God, I'm having an umbrella moment. No, no Resident Evil. No. No. I am not doing zombies again. Ah.
Well, think on it.
I'll finish what I was saying though, because it's relevant. And well, I guess if you're going to be stuck down here doing stuff, I guess looking at something from up above would be better than looking at black darkness.
Dak, what do you do with the feather, by the way?
I'm just currently holding it, just kind of like twirling it between my fingers.
Okay.
I mean, I was going to cast Detect Magic and try and figure out if I could identify the magic on it, if anything.
Roll a spellcraft.
Spellcraft? Yeah. Oh, come on.
You've got no clue.
King, what the hell is up with these 2s and 3s?
Not only do you not know what spell is on it, you have no clue what magic type is on it, period.
I wish I could tell you what's up with this feather, but I have no idea.
Oh, can I see it? Can I see it?
Sure. Just holds it out
Cam,
to Cam. What does Cam do?
She darted right over.
No.
You are holding out a feather to a cat. What did you expect?
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Do you let go of the feather when Camilla goes over there?
No.
Just like hand it to her? No? Okay. Camilla, you walk over and you look at it. You take some time to really examine it, and you get faint elements of transmutation and some form of magic you don't understand.
Okay, I'm seeing some transmutation on this, but this doesn't make any sense. It's nothing. There's something else that isn't anything in classical schools.
It reminds you a little bit of necromancy, but you go over it and it's very clearly not. The energy off it changes, and it's where necromancy is usually very harsh and deals with life. This dips into it and then dances away and then comes back and waves back and forth, almost like it's playing with that line.
So it's like the Jack Sparrow of magic.
Oh my god.
It's like its principles like weave in and out of necromancy. It's nothing I've ever seen before. Well, we should probably get someone at the Thaumaturgist Guild to look at this.
I mean, sure, I can just put it in my pack, but just twirl it a little bit more. Wish I knew what it was.
Since you took that away from the skeleton, that one, I'm still skeleton to see. Is he going to remain intact without that magic quote-unquote feather?
The one that's not decomposing?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you take it off of him, he's just sitting there. He's not decomposing at all.
Okay, I want to identify the flowers.
Okay.
Cameron goes to identify how the corpse.
The corpse?
Yeah.
You kind of cut out a little bit.
She was checking to see how it died.
Roll a heal check.
Oh boy, -1 penalty.
You have no idea. There's no
This looks dead, alright.
There's no signs of injury. There's no blood stains like pooling up anywhere, so there's no aneurysm or external thing. There's no signs of any blood pool anywhere. You search the body up and down. Do you even look at the chest and the various organs kind of listening and the whatnot? There's no signs that there was anything physically wrong with this individual.
I have no idea how, but this person is dead, all right. She nods sagely.
Knowledge nature for the flower stack.
I figured.
Wrong button.
They are daylilies. They're daylilies, various sprigs of wisteria, and just common field flowers.
I wonder where they came from if they're so far down. I wonder if they have a growing area in here. She's just mumbling to herself, basically. She's looking over all the flowers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are really fresh, like, possibly even this morning fresh.
But that doesn't make any sense to the tea.
Well, this is going to be an
Almost like
odd
signature.
question. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Camilla, but are these like the flowers that we normally see from outside? Are there any kind of variances? Maybe it's magic flowers from a few thousand years ago?
I mean, these look just like the daylilies I've got growing outside of my house now.
There's no magic on them, by the way.
These are just normal flowers.
Okay.
I was just curious what they were.
The more we find out, the million questions.
I mean, I guess we can just continue on. That's all we could really do.
Yep.
I guess I'll get the door this time. Just toddles over to the door.
You still holding onto the feather, or did you put
No,
it
yeah.
back? Okay.
I'm holding onto it.
Do you got to put it in your bag or what? Or you just have it in your hand?
I just have it in my hand.
Okay.
I'm just doing that thing where I'm like idly kind of twisting the bottom like a little pinion thing. Just kind of spinning it in my hand idly.
Okay. You walk over to the door and it has the same little handle. You open it up, and as you push the door open, you look straight ahead, and you can see the very large gaping maw of the underground ahead of you. Whatever hallway or whatever had existed here previously is now gone. And you can see where the wall used to exist, but it's like basically been ripped apart. And you can see that there's some soft ground, maybe about, like, not, there's ground and rock like a good 5 feet beneath you from where you're standing. And it leads into this kind of twisting path heading back over to the other side of the hall that is now broken. But otherwise, as you're gazing about and looking at everything else, you can very easily tell that either the movement of the earth or everything else just shattered this hallway, and now you've kind of got this gaping chasm and this path that you have to go along, or you've got to fly across.
Oh, well. The floor kind of caved in a bit. Looks about twice my height down now. Who wants to go first?
Just walks in.
Is it dark? Is there any kind of light?
It's just straight up dark.
Rowan's gonna cast dancing lights and send it into the hallway.
You do so, and you watch as the light goes down into the void, or rather the chasm. You can't see a bottom.
Yeah, I'm entirely. I want.
You're cutting it out.
I don't want to go down the giant and never-ending chasm of darkness.
Well, I mean, there's a path there, isn't there? It's just a little bit lower than what it would probably be, right?
Yeah, you gotta go around.
Yeah. I mean, there is a path.
It looks a bit narrow, but it's fine. Ken goes on ahead.
Okay, so you drop down and start walking.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Rowan's gonna cast fly.
Yep. That's gonna take about a minute to fly.
All right, the two of you just shoot over the chasm right to where the other hallway was. Just land down. You can watch as Camilla roll in acrobatics.
I'm going to roll on acrobatics, and I'm going to burn a point of panache to add some daring.
Woof.
Yeah, it's a good thing I said I'd do that. So 19.
Wait, she's trying to jump across the chasm?
No, bounce across.
She being all fan.
All right, so yeah, Camilla, you start walking along the edge of this chasm. Kind of, at first, the path is very even keeled, nothing to really go. Then it kind of rises up, and you have to climb like a little hill. Everything seems hunky-dory, and then it narrows violently to the point where you can fit your heel onto the ledge. You kind of stretch out and get on your kitty tippy toes, push your body against it, and you kind of just shuffle all the way across. Not too much of an issue. Eventually making your way all the way around the chasm, walking up and then hoisting yourself up with Rowan and Dak's help up onto the other platform where the other hallway is awaiting. Works and Yedrin, how do you get across?
I think we need to toss a rope across.
So basically, we have there's basically a big ass chasm, and there's a lip running along the side that gets rather thin, and we have to figure out how to get across, right?
Yeah.
Can I pull the wings out for like 5 seconds to get across?
No.
Cam pulls out her rope from her haversack and tries to toss one end back across.
Oh wait! I have a grappling hook!
Oh my god.
Or can't you stone shape or something?
It would take me a bit to get it a long enough thing, right? Or are you just suggesting I make
It's about an 80-foot gap.
Well, or are you suggesting to make the...
Make the lip wider.
How's the wall that the lips against look?
Sturdy,
is it, like,
solid.
Like it's a solid flat surface.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of craggy, but I mean, you're looking at like a cave wall.
Cam just reels her rope back in.
I do have pythons.
I just so how big is the narrow spot? Like how long is it?
About 25 feet.
Oh gosh, I wouldn't be able to do much with that.
How narrow is the narrowest?
The narrowest point, It's 25
Yeah.
feet where Camilla could only fit like the heel of her foot onto it.
Oh God.
I mean, I could deal with 20 cubic feet of stone at this level.
Here's the thing. I have pythons, I have rope.
And I have grappling hook. What's your point?
No, pythons are climbing to it. You smack them into a wall and you tie rope around it, so if you start falling, you only fall to the python and then you can get back up.
Okay, lead the way, and I'll be behind you.
Yeah, but that's how is
You
Otto gonna get through?
Just here, and she kind of goes over to. She flies over to where like the narrow part starts. She touches the wall and she puts it out at least enough for them to put their feet solidly on it. Not
Now
exactly.
give us what, like a 5-6 foot jump?
I mean, 20 cubic feet. It's like a large fridge worth of dirt, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can make the thing like 3 inches.
Yeah. Well, I'm not making a wall. I'm just taking stone and shifting it, basically.
I'm gonna say. So you're just trying to make enough for them to have a footfall all the way across.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, you stretch it all the way across, and they've got enough space for maybe from the way you describe it, like Kato is gonna have to everybody.
Hug the edge.
Kato is with his is he's gonna have one of his feet kind of hanging off, but everybody else can basically more or less comfortably just walk across.
Yay!
I mean, you're leaning against the wall, doing the sidewalk walk where you're trying to avoid staying out of the street when you're walking side by side with somebody.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you're good.
Okay, I guess my plan to use pythons to make sure if one of us fall, things don't go bad doesn't need to happen.
Well, I mean, I'd rather you guys be able to just walk instead of a risk of falling either way.
Orc is mildly upset he can't use his grappling hook.
God, there will be time for your grappling hook. I'd just rather you not fall into a pit.
That's what I was trying to avoid myself, but this makes it a lot easier, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless, you all continue to walk along, covering the rest of the path and ending up right at the hallway. And as you all pull yourselves up and get in there, you find yourselves staring at this very strange altar-like situation. You can look forward, and as you do so, you find a door in front of you with another mural surrounding it. They indicate 2 streams of water slowly ebbing and flowing around the edges of the doors. And in fact, you can see a little pipe running through them.
Oh, great. A puzzle.
Likewise, as you look around, you can see a set of stairs kind of spiraling downward with another door heading there, and then you see another door spiraling up. Okay, Deck, when you go to put your feather in your bag, the moment you let go of it and look away, there's a and you see little whiffs of black smoke and a few black pearls of light slowly lift up into the air, and the feather's gone.
What the?
Magic bullshit.
Well, none of us are dead, so, could have been worse.
I don't like it.
We are also alive, right? Again, looks around for you.
I'm dead on the inside.
Same.
If they were smacking,
But
Sorry, I was testing something.
that's okay. Well, I guess no feather for the collection. Can you give us a description of the stuff again?
Basically, there's a spiral staircase going down leading to a door to your right. There's a spiral staircase leading up to a door to your left. And there's a door right in front of you. All of it is very intricate with like blue inlaid crystal riding around it, kind of covered in steel, with the stairs themselves being marble. You can see inset within the blue is sort of this mural of water ebbing and flowing in different directions with a single little pipe running down the dead center of them. Kind of wrapping around the doors. And when you do look, you can actually see there is water inside of the pipes.
Well, this is decadent.
So where do we go?
That's a good question. One I can't really answer.
Eating, meeny, miny, mo?
Well, what do you guys think? Where should we go? Up, down, forward?
Well, we were trying to get down farther, right?
No, we're just here to map the place in general and make sure it's not got hostile things in it. So start from the top, work our way down.
Or start at the bottom and work our way back up.
Well, we know this might be something below us, so I figure start where that we notice where we don't know if there's something.
Alright.
Alright. So we'll go up top.
Yep. Diggs just starts wandering up the steps.
Alright, you find the door.
I will push the door open. Or pull it open if it needs to be pulled.
You reach out and you touch the door and it will not budge.
Let me in!
Oh, God.
So can you
Okay, well,
describe
we're not
that,
going this way.
Can you describe that mural again?
There's water ebbing and flowing through it. There's a glass in the center of it. And there's water inside the glass when you look at it.
Can't help but think maybe that's some kind of puzzle. Is there a lock on the door at all?
Not that you can see.
It's one of those puzzles where they go in the room, you know, go to this room, do that, go to this room, do that, go to this room, do that. Now your door unlocks.
Is there any apparent lock or anything on it? Or just something we might just be blind to?
Roll perception.
I
Alright.
was gonna say I was gonna roll to look around myself.
Natural
That's
20
easy.
deck, there's no lock.
Okay.
There's-
great.
Nothing there to indicate that this thing should be locked. You do note that the piping goes directly into the door.
Great. Yeah, no, the pipes, we gotta find where the pipes go, I guess. Now we roll high. What the?
Kata, with your knowledge engineering, you don't know shit. You're like, You're like, water flows into this. I'm assuming that water comes in and undoes the mechanism that's keeping the door closed.
So we gotta find out where the water's coming from.
Yeah.
My perception was to look around and
Deck, with your perception and looking as you are, you know that the water rapidly shoots forward and then flies back and then repeats this over and over and over again.
Maybe we have to drain the water into a cup or something?
No, there's something moving the water. Maybe we need to make it just go forward and not back.
Additionally, when you're quick to notice, because of your very high perception, when it's darting forward, the water is boiling. When it's going back, it looks to leave almost like a... It looks like it calms down.
Don't touch the pipes, unless you're Rowan. The water looks very hot. Dak's gonna see if she can follow the pipes.
Okay. You follow the pipe down. As you walk back down the stairs where it flows, you watch it kind of turn around, and the pipe leads back towards the hallway that is destroyed and gone.
She's gonna see if she can find the end of the pipe, but no, that wouldn't make sense. Like, I was looking for, like, maybe a broken pipe.
There's no apparent broken pipe. You see where there's like a little bump in the floor where the pipe was connected to, but it doesn't seem to flow under. You didn't see a broken pipe from there, and you can see that water is
Obviously flowing
flowing forward from that point and fills up past that, but nothing else.
Okay, so it's not one of these rooms, I'm guessing, unless it's a lower room. I don't know.
I mean, when you follow the pipe that goes back down, and as you get down there, you notice that the water goes away from that door as it starts to boil and goes towards it as it cools down.
How about we try this one?
Is it kind of like it's breathing in that kind of cadence, or?
Yeah,
I imagine it's like a piston, kind of pushing it and pulling it.
I would say breathing or piston is an apt description.
Yeah.
You try that door; it does not open. It won't budge.
Frustrating.
Here's the question: do any of the doors open?
Well, you tried the bottom one and you tried the upper one, and neither of those opened.
Okay.
So let's try the middle one.
No, I don't think there was a middle one.
There's a middle one.
Oh, I guess we try the middle one.
It won't budge.
Fun.
Okay, looking around, so we have the the piping and stuff, running the water everywhere, and it all comes from, or it all goes through a cup or reservoir or something as you described it.
You see a pair of pipes that Dak has pointed out all the way back at where the hall started. There does not appear to lead anywhere else, and there's water just flowing forward from them and then coming back and then flowing forward.
Forward and back, and then forward and back.
Gold brick.
Sorry.
So there's nothing we can
Take
interact
pride.
with, and the doors don't open.
Well, we might need to trick the system.
Well, that would require knowing what the system is.
Rowan, you're muted, and I don't know if you're trying to talk, Fiona, but I haven't heard anything from you in a while.
Now, I kind of got distracted trying to work on the entrance token, sorry.
It's cool.
Yeah, whereas it's like we don't, as far as we can tell, there's nothing we can interact with.
Are there any other markings on the doors?
No.
So, quick question. Did the pipes lead anywhere?
They led back to the hallway.
Lead straight into the doors and then back to the hallway.
Cam circles back and goes back into the hallway to see where the pipes go.
Camilla. When you go back over there, there's like these two like almost like footpads at the start where the pipes end. They do not flow further than that point. They don't go back into the chasm or anything like that. There's no signs of breakage. The water comes straight from them and goes forward. Both of them like leading to flow through the rest of the whole network. And as Dak points out to you, when the water looks like it's starting to boil, it rises faster and it heads towards the one going up. When it stops boiling, it retreats and it starts going down. And it does this periodically, like as respiration or as a piston.
Cam mentally prods at one of the footpads.
Nothing happens.
Does someone still detect magic up?
I mean, it's a cantrip, so.
Cam
Still
prods
up.
back.
I mean, detect magic is concentration, so...
You put detect magic up there. You see magic at the start of it. Looks like it's creating water. That's about it.
Here, my thought was to try and find a way of accessing it and just creating water into the pipes, but I'm not so sure how well that would work either.
I think it's alright creating water by the sound of the water boiling and then flowing through.
Yeah. I'll be right back, sorry.
So you have no buttons, no switches, no nothing, and it's creating water into the pipes at these footpads, which are then traveling through the pipes and into the door areas, and the doors won't open and have no seeable locking mechanism.
I don't even have handles.
Did you actually step on the pad, or did you just kind of poke it?
I might have just poked it.
Try stepping on it.
It's not actually a footpad. It's like basically a slight rise in the hall where the pipe goes in. That's about it.
Uh-huh.
Do we even begin to know if the water is what's keeping the doors closed, or if it's another mechanism altogether?
Well, I rolled a 19 on that engineering check, and I still have no idea, so... My guess is no.
Well, there appears to be no way to alter the flow. There appears to be... Did we miss a path? Because I wonder if there's some kind of valve or something blocking it elsewhere.
It's possible.
Scotch just pokes his head out and like looks at all of you.
There's a thought. Send the fire birdie after it.
Well, Dax,
Let him trace it around. Oh.
Is there something you wanted to say, Scotch?
No, I'm just looking at it.
Any insight you want to share?
He just kind of looks around. He goes, I'd have to look at it more. I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of taking a nap.
So we have no idea even where to possibly begin, and we didn't miss any pathways.
Can you maybe draw a crude interpretation of the mural arc?
It just looks like waves. It looks like a wave heading up and then a wave heading down.
And then a cup in the middle.
No, there's not even a cup in the middle. It's just the waves around the pipes. The pipes go into the doors. The water's flowing towards them and not getting to it.
So the heated water isn't getting up to the door.
The heated water is not getting up to the top door, because you watch, as Dak pointed out, as it starts to bubble, it gets higher and higher and starts heading up the staircase, but it doesn't get all the way up. Because at a certain point, it stops bubbling and starts stabilizing and it falls down. And as it falls down and heads down to the other one, it gets to a certain point and then stops and starts boiling again.
Hey,
Yes,
Rowan,
Kara. Yes.
can you, stand at the bottom of the stairs and just, hold on to that pipe?
Well, not at the bottom. Where's the cutoff where it stops bubbling?
About halfway up.
So, about a quarter of the way up, just go grab that pipe. Nice and tight.
Rowan goes up and get up. Something blows up in my face.
Okay, so you're doing as he asked, Rowan?
I will go do what he asks, because I suck at puzzles. Good.
You walk over to it, and you can't really wrap your hand around it, but you can touch it. As you touch it, you can feel like it getting a little cooler, and then it warms at your touch because of what you are. And you see the water rises higher, but at a certain point, it stops and it starts flowing back down, and then it just kind of bobs there.
Does it get any higher?
Yeah, it goes higher.
Put more heat into it.
I mean, I could probably help a little bit, but
Scott, make yourself useful.
Scotch, please, can you come and heat up this pipe too?
Actually,
He looks at it and goes, okay, walk away.
Okay, back up.
Steps back.
I was just gonna say we could just light a torch under it.
Just brings fire on it. You just watch the entire
I
pipe.
could have done that.
You just watch the water just shoot up the pipe, and all of a sudden you hear. The door just lifts open.
Well then, thank you, honey.
Here's the question before we go to that door. Is it gonna close behind us if you let the pipe cool?
Probably. Probably open from the inside.
One would hope. Hurries up.
So you go through.
Yeah, Dak goes through at least.
Does everybody walk through the door?
We'll follow, but while following, just gonna just take a quick glance to the door, like how thick it is, what it's made of, just in case.
Looks like some sort of steel by the looks of it. Decorated elements of crystal.
You can't smash it.
The other question. All right, is anybody staying outside, or is everybody going through?
Gonna stay outside because they're just testing it out. If they wanted it hotter, I could. They'll have fun. I'm gonna sit here. You guys go wherever.
Dak
Cam dash.
Dak takes out her Cure Light Wound staff, the one that's empty, and she kind of wedges it under the doorway a bit, so that if the door came down, it would wedge on the staff.
Roll perception because you're the first one going through, Dak.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
As you look through the door deck, you see a single upstairs loft area. It is surprisingly well kept. Clean. It is warm. It's furnished with 4 bunk beds, 4 foot lockers, all of them dusted, like the place is fresh, like it's been turned over recently. A kitchen, a restroom, and a common seating area with 2 lounge couches and a coffee table between it. Nothing in the area appears to have aged in the room. The sheets appear freshly laundered, and you touch them, they're still warm to the touch. They smell faintly of citrus. On a nearby table, there are 8 cups of tea. All of them are currently steaming. They are steeped. And there is only 1 window to the room. It is currently ajar, and it's large enough to fit a Hure through it. Once again, it appears to only lead into the gaping chasm that leads outside. Likewise, when you turn to look, you see a single lever that says "Lock door in place" on it.
Huh.
Oh, the lever!
Reaches up and pulls that lever to keep the dang thing open.
And you hear and you see like a fire crystal on the ceiling just light up next to a pipe.
Huh. Oh, there's a fire crystal.
Put behind the door. Rowan, you can come up.
Lever opens the door. Found a bunkhouse.
Alright.
Well, that answers that at least.
The other thing you note, Dak, is the sensation of being watched that you felt all the way through this place is now unusually intense. There's that tingle across the back of your neck.
Deck just kind of looks around nervously at that.
You don't see anything at this moment.
You know, it's just that thing you do when you feel like you're being watched. You look around like, oh, I have my phone. Anyone else feel like they're being watched?
All the time.
I mean, besides your dragon.
Peanuts been what?
What was that, Ron?
Oh, it's Kat's bedtime. She asked for 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
Well, I appreciate you trying to get that, but it's
Try again to get that.
Yeah. So,
What's the plan?
yeah, what's no idea what to do yet.
I mean,
I'm going to look to see where that heat was coming from.
I would like to too, but we got there's that crystal there that apparently is keeping the door open.
I mean, maybe it's just keeping that local area warm enough.
Okay, so you're examining
Water tank.
you're examining the pipes down below.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, as you go and look, you can't really see anything that's going on that might be keeping them, but you can with the knowledge that there's a fire crystal up there to keep it hot and keep it flowing through to keep the door open, you kind of contemplate that there might be another one beneath this surface.
Gee.
So,
Don't mind me,
And-
Doug!
Just out of character, are we all getting that extra feeling of being watched?
Yeah, everyone's got that feeling like something's watching me right now.
So, either we have something really sneaky,
Cam
or
doesn't.
either we have something really sneaky, or some magic, and/or I don't know, ghosts.
I mean, if you believe ghosts, the sudden... I wouldn't actually call it violent, but the sudden way everything died would be one way to get some ghosts going.
Is that how you want? Do you want ghosts? Because that's how you get ghosts.
That's just we keep running into rooms that are really intact, look lived in, have fresh tea. We know there's stuff down here. Keep feeling like we're being watched.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what to say about it, honestly.
I mean, we're decently sure it was these pot spider, the creature that came here, right?
Well, we're assuming spider, just from the description.
That can climb walls, right?
I assume. If it acts like a spider.
And that window's partially open.
I mean, it said it was about the size of one of you guys, so... possible.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
I don't know.
I'd rather not.
Cam is just literally alone, staring at his pipe intently, trying to figure out how to get it to stop heating up. And with absolutely no clue. At all.
Okay.
Well, I think at this point, let's not assume
Mm-hmm.
away and look around carefully and not disturb too much, because if they're living here, we're already invading enough.
Yedrin, because you suggested it, would you like to roll a perception?
All bad.
You go and look around the room, Yedrin. Take a few minutes to kind of slowly examine everything over. Like making sure not to touch anything. You head into the kitchen, and as you open everything up, like their little drawers and pantries, you find a couple pieces of fruit that are still intact. No melon, but things like cloud bananas, apples, grapes, things like that. You're like, huh? And then you keep going, and then you find a smooth jar in one of the cabinets about the size of Dak's head, made entirely of platinum.
Wow, that's a lot of platinum. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a lot of platinum.
How valuable is that?
Platinum is 10 times the worth of gold.
By weight.
Look to see if Yedrin is drooling.
Yes. Don't even try to argue it, Hunt. We know.
I'm not. I have a lot of conflicting feelings at the moment. I'm trying to process in my head.
We totally shouldn't do anything because we're totally invading this person's space. Find something really valuable. Shit.
I'd almost suggest to take a rest here, but I don't know. Just with the feeling I'm getting, it's really weird.
Well, we haven't really done much, so we're in a rest.
I know, just get off your dang feet for a bit, but whatever. You could always make notes.
Something with this place tells me I don't want to spend any more time than I have to in it.
Any place gives you that feeling.
Well, that's because most times we go to very haunted or, possessed places or run by cultists, and yeah.
He's not wrong.
Either way,
So do we try to unlock the bottom door then? See what's down there?
Might I suggest an ice crystal?
Does anybody have one?
Or ice magic of some kind.
Does anybody have that?
I have water magic, but nothing that'll be cold.
Yedrin, did you attempt to do anything with the jar?
Not yet. Look, I got interrupted by family for something.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a ice spell. I haven't
For
ever.
reasons.
I have Ray of
Frost.
Wait, do they see that I have a big ass jar of platinum?
Do you or they?
They.
Dak's probably not paying attention enough to you to see it now.
I don't think anybody's paying attention to you.
Here's where Hunt pockets it.
Well, yeah.
I know I'm being watched by something, so he can feel it. I don't have sleight of hand or shit.
Steal it anyway.
When you have you touched it yet? Also, Rowan, are you even in the room?
Works told me to come down,
Oh, okay.
so I'm looking around. Do I see said platinum?
With that roll, yeah, you see the jar of platinum that Hunt's looking at, like... You also feel insanely watched.
Hey Hunt, what's in that jar over there?
I haven't opened it. I've just been looking at it and contemplating life choices.
At least he's being honest. She's being honest.
Well, what's in the jar?
But maybe we should find out.
I guess.
I just ruined your day.
Do you pull the jar down to open it?
Yes.
Do you open it? It's half full of sugar.
That's a really expensive sugar bowl.
The sugar bowl made out of platinum. Is the sugar fresh?
It is.
And with all the fresh fruit in this area, I'm gonna say, yeah, this place is lived in. Like, straight up.
You would guess by the weight of the jar, now that you're holding it, it's probably about 4 pounds.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
With
I remember smacking my ex-husband with my my platinum engagement ring.
with the sugar or without the sugar?
That's a question.
That is a question. Nothing about the sugar.
Does it matter? It's a lot of platinum.
Thing is, I don't have wisdom that bad that I'd be dumb enough to take something that I know I'm being watched.
Well, wait, does anybody have Detect Magic going?
Mine is still going.
Roll.
Cameron's probably turned
Okay.
it on while looking for the source of
Alright,
heat.
Rowan, because you rolled that high while you had Detect Magic going on, you see about 14 of those little black and red dots hanging by the window. All of them kind of like facing Yedrin, watching. And then they kind of twist towards you, and then they all blink out of existence.
So you know, Hunt, there were 14 of those little dots that we keep seeing watching you just a few moments ago. Now that they saw me notice, they're gone.
I'm not sure if they're gone as much as hiding from you, so I'm gonna just flip this back. I found it.
Yeah, I think that might be a very good idea.
Meanwhile, just flies on the inside.
I'm pretty sure she's probably crying on the outside some too. A single tear.
Also,
Oh, sleepy.
She's like,
Wait,
one
but
single
now
salty
I can-
tear goes down, then it like
Don't
turns
say
into
cheese
blood.
because
God.
my classmates are just yeah. These are the only ones.
So,
I gave you 5 years. I'm sorry, let me mute myself.
Art,
Yes.
Cam at this point has given up trying to do things mundanely, so she's using Detect Magic to try and see if there's a fire crystal anywhere in the vicinity.
You kind of
The
look.
one that there's a fire crystal over the door.
You look out. And
She's
you're kind
all the
of.
way at the bottom.
You're looking around, and apparently the fire crystal or ice crystal or whatever is like keeping the water intact is too far down to detect.
no, so we know it's gotta be cold to open the bomb door. Also, after hearing that from Owen, I think it's pretty much confirmed what's going on here.
And what would that be, Hunt? That you can't take the jar?
No, this place is literally lived in. We have people watching us. They're climbing on the walls.
I don't think there's so much climbing.
Are they living in the walls? Are the walls oozing green slime?
No.
They always do that.
Also, gold brick.
Worth.
Not.
So, I'm saying they're climbing the walls because the window was ajar. The tea was just steeped. I'm guessing they opened the window and climbed out, and the fact that we didn't hear splats means they can stick to the wall.
Didn't
No.
Art say they were floating outside the window?
I said one of them was. Or at least it appeared to be.
Are they trying to be hospitable to us? Because it's really weird just finding all these things of tea and fresh fruit and such like that.
I'm thinking we're actually interrupting them, personally, but
Yeah.
Suddenly, from downstairs, Cam shouts, Eureka! And she immediately draws Edwin and channels magic through it to give it an icy sheen before stabbing it into the ground against the pipe.
Okay. There is a whoosh, and then you hear as Camilla, unusual reflex.
Did you break a pipe?
Probably.
You jump back as you see the door in front of you open, and like this little burst of steam comes out. It doesn't get anywhere close to you. You just overreacted. And then you look down and you can see the door and the other side is open as well. So both the middle and the right door have opened.
Cam calls up excitedly, I got it!
Oh, okay. Cam got the other door open, I'm guessing. Let's leave whatever it is that lives here alone, and let's go check the other rooms.
I don't think you're gonna be leaving alone so much as because if there's like over 40 of them, they might be living throughout this entire compound.
Yes, but let's leave the ones here alone.
Okay.
Okay. Starts heading down.
The path to the right is open. The path to the middle is open. Camilla, do you take the blade out?
She waits until checking the other side of the door for a lever, just like it was upstairs.
The downstairs one or the one in the middle?
The downstairs one.
There is a lever there.
She pulls it, then retrieves Edwin.
You pull that one, you see an ice crystal come on, and it goes... Shh, and you see the pipe kind of freeze over. You pull Edwin out, and the middle door stays open.
Haha! I'm a genius!
I was thinking that too.
Well, good job, Cam. Interesting news. I think the civilization of people living down here might be conformed.
Okay. Like people plural?
Plural. Very much a plural.
I think it might be safer to say entities. We have no idea if they're people.
Either which way, yeah, I have no idea how to approach this because they seem to be they either seem to be non-hostile or really scared of us for some reason.
Wouldn't you be scared of someone breaking into your home? Oh wait, you live in a lake.
So the question is, and you ask Carlo, but the question is, what should our plan of action here be? Because
Well, according to Cam, wherever they are is like nothing we've ever seen before. Like that magic type is kind of all over the place, apparently.
was the feather from them, or was that just something that guy had on him?
No clue.
Exactly the point there. We just know that they have been around us, they're below us, and that we haven't met them face to face. We have a slight idea there might be descendants from whatever creature visited the brains, but it might not be.
Arxie, chat, please.
1 second.
So that's what I'm being up.
Okay, so
How do you
you're
want to approach. Go ahead.
okay. So Camilla, you're going downstairs. I need you to roll perception. It is insanely dark down here. Your dark vision is now half.
Well, Cam conjures a light and keeps going.
Okay. With your 27 to perception, you start heading down the right side, walking very slowly down the staircase, which continues to spiral. And as you do so, you find yourself dipping even, further subterranean. Where there once was a room here, it has apparently been destroyed by the constant ebb and flow of tectonic plates in the area. As the bottom is no longer a floor, it's just a hollow of stone. There gazing about and using the light, you can see there's a few holes, too small even for Dak to go through. With your ears being what they are, being Makote, you hear this faint kind of very audibly, but retreating away from within the holes. Otherwise, as you look around, the only other thing you see down here is a small patch of milky white melons covered in thick fibers.
Interesting. I'm going to turn around before something eats me. And Cam does. In a rare display of common sense, she goes back to the others.
Okay, you walk back out.
Dak's gonna investigate that middle door. Just kind of like poke her head in.
You poke your head in, there is no lever. Nothing to do that. And it's suddenly very bright. Like, you poke your head through the darkness of it, and once you're through, like, your body's like cut in half on this wall of darkness, and then you poke your head through, and it's just a well-lit area. You look forward, and there's this solid brick path rolling all the way across a plain with flowers and various orchards growing off in the distance. As you look forward, though, you can see wisteria trees, as far as the eye can see, growing this dim lavender color, heading towards the other end where another door is awaiting in a wide lake at one end.
Well, first, Dak just kind of starts blinking rapidly, just like, ow, my eyes. Pulls back. Guys, there's a garden out here.
Oh, that explains the
I
fresh
found noise
flower.
and spider noises.
Spider noises.
Oh joy.
Spider noises. I decided not to keep going.
You see.
Good idea.
Kim pokes her head through the darkness. Oh, neat.
Yeah.
So, burn it all?
No. What's wrong with
Okay.
you?
Well, Cam said spider noises. Spiders
Doesn't
burn
mean-
easily.
Why would you
So do you.
Look, they haven't tried to kill us or eat us. And
Yet.
Oh my god.
if we don't give them a reason to, they might not.
Did you all go through the darkness, or are you just kind of like standing at the open?
We're kind of standing
Yeah,
at like the
went
open
through.
door, I think. Oh,
Okay.
okay, went out. Okay. Screw it, that goes through.
Yeah,
Light
go
is
through.
nice.
Okay, you go through. It's like standing in the sun, but you can look up and very clearly see that they're artificial lights.
Hmm. Oh.
Just to
That's interesting and weird, honestly.
this entire thing's pretty weird, and we're approaching with no coherent plan, as usual.
Do we ever?
No, we never do.
It's hard to plan when we don't know shit.
We don't exactly take time to try and figure anything out either.
Fair.
At this point, I don't think we could figure things out even if we tried.
Mm-hmm.
As you all kind of come through, there's this quiet moment, and then you hear this very faint, girlish giggle off in the distance.
Nope. Nope.
Hello?
There's not a response.
Great. Wonderful. Perfect.
However, Dak, if you would roll a perception as you start walking in. You take a look around, and as you examine the wisteria trees, which are obviously... something's going on with them because they're fucking glowing. You look over, and you can see there's a large amount of crows sort of nesting in them. Most of them have their backs turned towards you, though every now and then you kind of see one, like, turn its head towards you one way or the other.
Huh. Well, I guess we know where one of those feathers came from. She points to, like, the crows.
Okay, how is there so many crows down here?
I don't even know.
What's the answer we give for literally everything at this point?
What is magic bullshit?
That is correct.
As you guys start talking, you see about 14 of them kind of gathered together into a murder, slowly turn towards you. Dak, it is around this point you realize they don't have eyes.
Out of character. Not Cramp's cousins.
I was just thinking that.
Not Cramps had babies? What?
Mm-hmm.
They look at you, and then you watch as their feathers turn from black to blood red, and they start to drip.
I don't like it here. Can we go home now?
She's out of character. Who designed this place? Alfred Hitchcock?
And they
I've
just
seen this movie before.
they're all just staring at you now.
Okay, I'm beginning to reconsider that whole burning thing. Can we go back to discussing that, please? Quickly.
They're just looking at you right now. Not doing anything. They're just looking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's unsettling enough to Cam.
They're looking at us menacingly.
In a murder.
Yeah.
You see another, like, 20 of them fly over and land on the tree closest to Scotch. And they do the same thing. They're just looking down at you.
Okay, we should either retreat or go really fast forward. I don't like this.
I'm not sure if they're guarding the place or just keeping an eye on us. I'm not sure if they'll react hostilely if we move forward.
Why don't you find out?
It's around this point while you guys are continuing to talk, you look at the ones that originally turned red, and from the drips that have been hitting the tree turns red. Completely. So it's a red wisteria now. And it turns.
It turns?
Yes.
What do you mean it turns? It physically moves?
The entire tree rotates.
Nope. Nope. Just nopes the fuck out of there.
Wonders how much it'll cost to back.
To do what?
To port back.
Teleport back home.
I think we'd end up with aether sickness if we tried that.
I'd rather have aether sickness than birds.
You just see...
Also,
I was gonna say, if Cole's trying to run out of the room, I'm just gonna watch and see if he actually manages to leave.
He walks through he just walks through the darkness.
Not really running, just kind of puts his hands up and just walks out.
He walks out completely unmolested.
I'm thinking this is a defense of some kind, and maybe we should leave for now, unless you want to try and fight through all the trees.
I'm not interested in fighting trees.
You see Scotch is like tilting his head and looking at everything. He's like, it just looks confused.
What's up, hon?
I don't know. I feel weird.
How so?
Like I should know something?
Yeah. I feel like I should know something too, but that's not happening.
I think I should get out of here.
Like looking at an old family photo album kind of weird? Or...
Maybe?
Yeah, that's creepy.
Karam opts to know about as well.
You walk back out.
Deck sighs, takes Scotch with her, and goes back through the door. Well, we should check the other place with the spiders.
Oh, because that place is better than Bird.
It would probably give us more information, who knows?
Okay, so Dak, do you walk back down there?
Dak's walking down to the lower area. She's got Scotch with her, so at least she's got a light.
Do you walk
Karam
down
follows.
there? You guys walk down there. There's no longer any sounds.
Mm-hmm.
As I said before, the holes are too small for even you to go through, Dak.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably about half your size.
Okay.
You do see some melons. They're covered in a thick, kind of like almost hairy rind. They're very pale. But otherwise, there's nothing else down there.
There's nothing else at all?
Mm-mm.
Hmm. Gonna mess with a melon. See what this white stuff is. I'm assuming it's like spider web.
Do you go and touch it? It's just the rind of the melon. It's just a white rind.
Huh. Weird. How does it even... Is it growing down here?
Yeah.
Is it growing?
It looks like somebody, like, you walk over there, it looks like somebody was tending like a little patch for it.
Hmm. Okay. Nothing down here, I guess. Unless there's any of the watchers looking at us. Hello?
You don't feel watched down there.
Okay. Great.
Do you try to do anything with the melon?
I mean... Probably try picking it up a little bit.
Probably about... It's a good 3 pounds.
Jeez.
You kind of shake it around, it sloshes a little bit.
Huh.
Looks ripe.
Sounds right.
I want to steal them. So...
I guess that's probably the melon seeds.
Yeah, that's probably the melon seeds. Never seen a melon grow underground, though.
I don't think I've ever seen a freaking forest grow on the
Don't-
ground with boards.
Don't melons typically grow on the ground? Oh, wait,
No.
no, sort of.
They grow on
I
a
am
vine
not a
above
plant
the
person.
ground.
I burn things.
Is anyone else getting straight up Amptapor vibes? Remember back there?
Well, I mean the bubble with the whole like. I mean, what's his name? The succubus, incubus.
I was thinking of like the dryads.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, there was the bubble and the garden and the dryads and incubus.
Karam just looks between everyone, confused.
Scushers, you weren't with us yet.
Oh, okay.
You were off doing another mission, I believe.
We didn't like you then.
Scotch!
Hey, I was part of the team. I just didn't come with for some reason.
Okay,
Tart,
maybe...
can you create water at him, please?
No!
And
And
then
then you just suddenly hear Scotch like look up at Connor. He's like, "You forget, I'm stronger than you now."
Actually, here's a question.
Hmm?
A It's a stupid question / idea. Hey, Todd, you commune with like elementals and things like that, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you think the forest, like the little grove back there, would have anything you could talk with?
I mean, it's worth a try.
Hell, if you can talk with the board somehow. I still want to know if they're not letting us through.
Like I said, it's worth a try. I'm not exactly sure.
Do you guys go back up?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back.
Ken takes a melon and goes back up.
You take a melon?
Yeah, sure, I'll take a
She
melon.
takes a melon.
Okay, so do you both take one, or is it just Camilla? Or is it...
Camilla can take a melon.
Okay, you take a melon with you. Camilla, roll a will save as you leave, though.
Oh boy.
That's gonna be fun.
You, as you start to leave with it, you hear a voice in the back of your head say, "Please enjoy."
Oh, joy.
Hey. Okay.
Then it sort of follows up with, "If you don't want the seeds, please leave them when you're done."
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Safe journeys.
Kim just looks around, bewildered, before falling after the rest of the group.
Well, Bax's gonna go in and just kind of go right next to the doorway.
The crow, like, everything has gone back to normal. The crows are now looking at you. They're back to black.
It's gonna try and do her little elemental communal thing and just try and listen. See if there's anything down here that'll listen to her. Hello?
You hear the earth, you hear the trees. You don't hear the crows. But you hear the trees and the plants and everything seems normal, and you hear a sudden, "Child of the surface, what brings you here?"
We were sent from the above to see what was down here.
Ah. Well, welcome. The elements outside have been sleeping for a very long time. We doubt that you could reach them. But we are active here. The lights of the sun crystals keeps us awake.
So I take it I'm talking to the trees?
You don't know.
Can you tell me anything about this place? These crows are turning red at point.
They have taken it upon us themselves to be our guardians when nothing else can. They are unused to seeing visitors of any kind.
Is there any way you can let them know we mean them no harm and are just passing through?
I cannot. However, they are vain creatures.
Oh, are they?
Indeed. Likewise, if you show that you mean no harm, they'll show you no harm.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to speak with one of the surface. Tell
All right.
me, it has been a long time since I have seen natural light. What year is it?
I'm not sure if our dates would mean much to you, but I believe it's the 7th year of the Umbral Era, or the 7th Umbral Era.
How many years went into the Astral Era before you switched?
I'm not 100% sure, but somewhere around 1600?
Interesting. Thank you for the knowledge. Being unable to communicate with anything has been troublesome for us, but so long as we can grow unmolested, we'll do fine.
Don't find me rude, but who am I speaking to?
There's silence, and then there's this gentle warmth that kind of wraps around you, arms kind of holding you tightly, and you can feel and see these long green strands of hair kind of rolling down, covered in flowers. You have known me all your life, child. It's warm, it's motherly, and you realize it's not the matron.
Dax just kind of like looking rather stunned. She doesn't know what the heck to say. Doesn't know what to do either.
Think on it. You'll figure it out. And then just kind of, the presence fades away.
Okay, that was weird. So if we ignore the birds and don't seem hostile, they'll leave us alone. And or they are very vain, so maybe we can give them something.
Tell them they're pretty.
Well, we just ignore them and keep walking.
Okay. I wonder if they'll accept watermelon.
That's always a thought. Jack just starts walking, looking very confused and just disconcerted because of what just happened.
There's probably a good, 300 some odd birds in here, and they just all kind of, watch you as you power walk through the room.
Cam follows, just carrying the watermelon in both hands. Obviously incapable of posing a threat in your current state.
They just watch.
Please don't burn the birds.
I take back all I said. They're okay. I've kind of still very pretty. Cam forces.
Roll a bluff.
Oh god!
They all
Wow.
start turning red and just glaring at you.
Why would you say this?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. Please have this watermelon as recompense. She just sets it down and backs away from.
Oh my god, just run at this point.
Also, just okay, what I missed, I had to switch my headset real quick. Did Cam making me walk on some?
We fucked up.
She thought the birds pretty, but didn't actually mean it. They're vain creatures.
Rowan reaches into her bag and she pulls out that she got it.
You're breaking out real bad.
Mother frigger.
Also, headphones.
Oh, that
please.
came through perfectly well.
I am on headphones.
What's all that feedback? Holy crap.
I have no idea. I don't even have my AC on today, okay?
Well, it's like every time I start talking, whatever picks up volume from you just starts going. So, I don't know.
But anyway, I'm throwing some meat over toward the birds because, they're more scavengers and fruit eaters. Like, here, have some fresh meat.
They just kind
I
of.
know.
Oh, go ahead.
I know you don't normally like fresh meat, but this is what I have, so don't hurt us. We're just gonna leave you alone now, pretty birdies.
Roll diplomacy. Because they're mad at Cam.
Throw Cam.
The birds go back to being black, and you see them all just kind of... A couple of them kind of float over to the meat, and they kind of peck at it for a moment. And then, very suddenly, one of the wisteria comes down, and its branches block your path, Rowan. And you see several of the branches kind of twine, and it looks like they make a hand, and they hold it out in front of you, like they're going to drop something in front of you.
Rowan puts her hand out, scared.
Give you an acorn.
Aww.
And it kind of like twists back and goes in place.
So,
Thank you. I know somebody who could plant this and grow a pretty tree. Very carefully puts it somewhere so it won't burn.
Mm-hmm.
Give it to Hamaru.
Cam calls out, so, did you not want the watermelon? If so,
Cam, shush!
well...
Just go!
Just dashes after Dak, leaving the watermelon behind.
It's at this point you hear that giggle again, and the melon itself gets cut into a bunch of different pieces, and it sits there, and then suddenly a piece starts floating to each of you. And you look at it, and it's almost entirely seeds, but there is still some meat on it.
You know what, okay. Cam just nibbles on it a bit.
You take one bite into it, and it bursts into your mouth just full of juice, makes your lips sticky immediately. It's the best melon you've ever had. But it is,
Holy crap.
it's excessively juicy. It's basically like you just bit into a crossbreed of a honeydew and a watermelon with the amount of meat on it and how juicy it is. It's very filling. And Cam, roll a heal check. Or a survival.
Not knowledge nature? Or, I guess
Roll a
not.
survival or a heal check. One of the two.
Well, she's actually trained in survival, so...
Okay. You recognize that eating one piece of this, like you have, would essentially cover an entire day worth of hydration.
Oh my god, this is delicious. And hydrating.
Mark just takes a giant chomp out of his.
Like, you feel like you're drowning for a second, and you swallow it, and you're like, that's amazing.
Rowan takes a
I my favorite food after raspberries.
What do you do, Rowan?
I'm just going to take a small bite, and I'm going to safely wrap it and put it with the rest of
Okay, but you get
because
this-
I'm hoarding my food.
You get the same thing. It's you bite into it, and it's. I think the best way to describe it is Gusher's not quite right, but
What are gushers?
They're candy that has like a syrupy
Oh.
thing in the middle, and you bite it and it goes.
My son had those. I never had those. So I have no idea what it is like.
Super gushers.
I'm old.
I would say the best way to think about it is
Biting into a water balloon?
no, biting into a slightly more liquidy cherry cordial in terms of like how it gushes into your mouth, and you get like that surprising burst of moisture.
It's so refreshing.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, they let you through now.
This would be a nice place to have a picnic if somebody didn't tick off.
Give it time, I'm sure one of us would have found a way.
One of us did find a way.
Because Rowan and Camilla are distracted, Dak and Kato, you can roll a perception.
Okay.
Kato, you don't notice anything. Dak, you look very closely, and underneath the grass, you can see where there's like slight bumps in the soil where it looks like it was disturbed or dug up in some degree, and these are surrounding almost all of the wisteria.
I'm sorry, say again.
You look beneath the grass and kind of examine the area, and you're right, it's very, very pretty and there's lots of flowers. But looking around the wisteria, you can see there's points where the grass is slightly thinner. And you look beneath it and the ground is lumpier, uneven. It's been disturbed, dug up in some capacity.
It's really weird. It's gonna just investigate the little area around the wisteria a bit more.
Okay.
Not exactly sure what she's looking for, but just checking out the soil, I guess.
Roll a knowledge nature.
Hey, something I'm skilled with, at least, hopefully.
A lot of 10s being rolled tonight.
Well, it is average.
It is average.
You look beneath it, Dak, and as you're kind of patting the soil down and looking around it, you can realize that whatever made it wasn't natural, and likely had some help from the wisteria animating, like you saw earlier. But it definitely looks like digging was involved.
Looks like it's been dug up over here. Weird. Kind of tempted to just go digging, but I don't want to disturb the plants.
Yeah, I think the crows might take the exception to that in particular, so should we keep moving and just try to find whatever it was we're looking for? I don't need to try anymore.
Oh, we're making a map. I just need to make sure I add it to my little map.
And just map. Magical garden. Don't piss off the birds.
Bring melons.
Well, actually, I don't think it was the melons. I wonder if it was because they were given something that went from here?
Maybe.
That and they were given meat instead of fruit? Oh, no.
The crow just lands on Rowan's shoulder.
Hi. Rowan just goes like really still. Looks up at the bird and
Just third eye opens in the middle of its forehead.
crow with 3 eyes.
Actually, only one. The other two were empty sockets.
Okay, a crow with 2 empty sockets and an eye and a third eye.
Just
Offers up a piece of bacon from her thing just to hand it up to him. Try to keep the friends with the raven.
It picks it very calmly and takes like a sliver of it, and then it just kind of scans over all of you, examines all of you closely for a few seconds. The eye closes and it flies back to the rest of its murder.
Bye, birdie. Pretty raven. Okay.
And again, you hear that faint giggle.
Giggle Kings.
I am frankly a little worried about what those come after us will do to fuck us all up.
No idea.
So let's not fuck fun. Let's just be kind to everything around here because obviously, magic bullshit of fun.
Well, yes. We shouldn't fuck anything up, and neither should those who come after us, but I'm worried they will. Hopefully they don't, or hopefully they learn their lesson quickly.
Jack's gonna head for the door.
Okay. You head over to the other side. The door is unlocked. Very easy to open.
Okay. He opens up the door, peeks in.
You find another hallway waiting, and you see that the water pipes have come back.
More pipes. Great.
The pipes are calling.
And you realize now that you can see pipes kind of coming out the floor, and by now you're kind of guessing that they probably have an irrigation system beneath that room that's keeping the plants alive.
That makes sense.
I mean, it's still weird, but it makes sense. That whole place is weird.
Does everybody follow?
Yep.
Hands follow.
I'm following.
Alright, you all start walking and heading toward the other door. You pass through it, and you find yourselves looking into another series, this wide circular staircase, very much like the image in the picture that you see ahead of you, where the stairs themselves dwarf you. You see these pillars stretching upward and downward, and you see this massive fall of water heading down to this basin far down below, and the water flowing into it and spreading throughout the rest of the building, or wherever it's going. You look up and you can see that there's another massive crystal that is just making the water fall from overhead, constantly creating it. When you look upwards, though, to try to get to the crystal, the stairs are busted maybe 100 feet up. The path just stops. You can see where there's doorways and entrances and exits far above, and they're just kind of suspended in the air, but there's no way to get up there from the chamber you're in. However, the downward path, aside from a few holes here and there, is almost entirely intact.
Well, at least we found the water crystal, I suppose. Boy. This place is one big maze. I'm impressed with those who made this.
Of course it's a maze. It's the water temple.
Gold brick!
Worth.
Not.
Take 20 points of damage.
Ow.
Karen was about ready to push him off the edge, frankly.
Not even a gold brick, just a brick from the pathway above. Just right on the horn.
Oh man, that's not the horn. That's their ears, man.
Exactly.
Shit, no. It falls and ricochets and hits them right in the groin.
Ow. Have I already taken enough genital mutilation in this campaign?
No.
Apparently not.
None will ever be enough.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Karen just takes one look at Works and says, clearly we shouldn't say such cursed things. Just ever.
Would everyone roll a perception now that you're in this chamber?
Yep, I ain't seen shit.
Everybody, with the exception of Works,
Who is too busy grasping his balls.
who's like wondering what the hell hit him, looks around the room and can see these faint blue lights twinkling off the constant stream of water. They don't appear to be giving off any aether, and you're definitely not sure what the hell they are, but they just kind of flutter around it in like a double helix motion. And you start to look around, and you turn back to where you just came out of, and you see a sign that says Gardens of Sildé ahead, upwards to the Ruby Bazaar, and then it says downwards, Water Purification Zone 8.
I'm sorry, did that say the Ruby Bazaar?
I believe so.
That sounds suspiciously similar to stuff up top.
I'll just take it as coincidence or someone stole the name.
I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibilities.
It's probably they just stole the name.
Yeah, probably.
Also, gotta say, is it seeming to everyone else that this entire civilization, this entire area is basically a city here, and we've just been traveling along the aqueducts? We just went to a garden, we go up to a bazaar, we go down to more aqueducts.
So are you saying we're finally getting city proper instead of just the maintenance tunnels?
No, I think we're still in the maintenance tunnels. Well, it's just... It seems to...
So at that point, Scott pops up and goes, "Do you not know anything about history?"
We're not all from the same area, so we probably were taught different bits of history.
See Scott kind of roll his eyes. Ul'dah destroyed Sildé so they could take their water.
They could take their what?
Water.
Oh, that makes a lot. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, a lot of is desert, so water would be important. I mean, look at Drybone.
So we've been going through the maintenance tunnels and secret labs of the city we've been hired by this whole time. It took over the old city?
Essentially. Yeah.
So then is it possible that it was when Ul'dah took over that it caused the flash that killed everybody? How long has Ul'dah been here?
That's a good question, actually.
I don't know my history that well. You're going to ask one of the others. Any of you know?
Scotch goes.
I was asking one in general, even Scotch.
Kim just racks her brain as best as possible.
Give me a second. Ul'dah has been on top of the ruins of... That is the correct spelling between you two. Yes, I've been spelling it wrong. Camilla, with your knowledge of history, you know Ul'dah has been on top of the ruins of Sildé since the 6th Astral Era year 1270.
Oh my goodness.
And it's what year again? Currently?
Like 7 years past 1572.
So
the seventh umbrella era, but it had
300
started
years or so.
And likewise, Camilla, you know that in 1178, Ul'dah invaded Sildee to reclaim their water supply.
Oh my god.
However, you also know, or at least it's recorded in history, that Sildee had been excessively taxing its people during the time, and a drought had overtaken Thanalan. They had control of just about the only water source, and as a result of the invasion from Ul'dah, they used it as a crisis to unify their people and essentially increase taxation even further to fund the war.
So they were overtaxing their people to survive on hard.
Every other word, Ron.
Fuck!
They were overtaxing their people, something,
Just to drink water.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Ul'dah is.
Oh my god, I actually kind of remember this from what my matron taught me about history.
Yeah, history's horrible, isn't it?
And it's always written by the victors, so
Mm-hmm.
they gotta make themselves look better.
Did you see Scott sitting cross-legged in Dak's hair?
So if that's what was written by the victors, imagine what actually happened.
Something a lot worse than probably we'll ever.
Exactly.
I'm more worried about the fact that they sent us down here and probably knowing that's what happened.
Well, I mean, is it that after years, I mean, I'm not from here, but some of their history themselves might have been. Maybe they're looking to. Maybe the monitors are behind this. As ways on the old Ul'dah technology.
For what I understand about Ul'dah, the monitors are probably 100% behind this. They're probably also the ones that did all of this.
Rowan, Camilla, and Yedrin. While you guys are talking, you kind of turn your head and look at the stream of water, and you see a shadow swimming up it.
It's a fish! Ken just immediately darts over to the edge of the stairs.
It is way...
Sometimes you are such a cat. It's not a fish.
Camilla, you realize that would be a really big-ass fish.
That's not a fish. Ken just immediately backs up away from it.
Now, mind you, the waterfall in front of you is, again, about the size that you can see in the picture. So, if the entire party stood arms outstretched, fingertip to fingertip, it would still be wider than you.
Wow.
The shadow is still wider than us?
The waterfall.
Oh.
The shadow is probably about 4 to 5 times Kato's size.
Really hope that's not the fish. Ken just ear pins.
And it stretches out, and you're guessing it's probably about 15 feet wide and about 40 feet long.
What shape?
Do you look at it, Kato, and it looks very serpentine with a slightly finned tail end. You can see claws, 4 claws, and then you can see what appear to be like a dorsal fin on the back, stretching all the way, breaking into 4 segmented pieces, along with like some fins on the other side.
So, kind of like Saryu's butt.
More like Plesioth.
Ew. I
Um,
don't want to get hip checked. No. The hip checks! The hip checks!
And then it slowly spins around and comes to face you all and starts to move forward.
Ah, shit.
You fucked up.
Its head breaches the edge of the waterfall and nothing comes out.
Let's not automatically assume danger.
So basically right now, the waterfall is splitting like a curtain, and as it opens, there's nothing to see. It just comes out.
Don't cast detect magic.
I'm sorry, what?
Detect magic.
You
Oh.
cast detect magic and you look, and you can see these faint traces of magic, and then you can see something much smaller diving down back beneath where the shadow came out.
I think they're playing with us. I hope. I'm not about to
Is
test
it
that.
giving us an opening where it wants? What?
About 12, 16 seconds pass, and another shadow comes up, and this time looks very much like a mermaid. Roughly Camilla's size.
I'm not discounting the possibility that they're playing with us.
I'm not even sure of anything anymore.
Hey, Hunt, you're a fish person. You go check it out.
That's a long jump.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere near the water.
Kitty cat's free to water.
I was gonna say, how fast is that water moving?
Roll a nature check. Actually, I will save you the trouble. It's flowing at terminal velocity.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, no, you don't touch that water. You do not touch that water.
Okay, so even Yedrin's saying not to touch the water. I think we're not touching the water.
It's moving.
What say you all?
It'd be basically like sticking your hand into a huge. Have you ever seen what like a waterfall hitting someone does?
No.
No,
Yeah.
I'd rather not. I think I can get an idea. I'd rather not.
Like people can withstand it, but it usually forces you into the ground pretty good.
There's a sudden and the shadow floats upward and then darts up, goes past the crystal, and then you see a faint blue figure for 3 seconds, and then it disappears through the roof.
I'm not sure if Ice Guys just insulted them or if they were upset that we didn't try to go into the water.
Yes. I think
Yes.
That works.
It was one of the two, and it doesn't really matter which because we're still not crazy.
So, where do we go from here?
I'm not even sure at this point. I think the only option is to go down unless you want to try and fly us up to like the other level. Because I'm pretty sure the path's broken going up.
I have the capacity for flight, but I'm keeping it in case of an emergency because there's a lot of bits here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could fly, but it takes a lot.
Yeah, we know. Well, we could always split up, but I'm sure no one wants that.
Not safe.
No, of course not.
No,
It's
Well, let's go down then, I guess.
down it is.
Although, going up to the Ruby Bazaar does sound kind of interesting. I wonder what would be up there. Can always come back. We can always come back.
Alright. You all start walking down. Heading down this tremendous marble, stone, and in places mithril staircase. Going down and down in this very large arc. Every step sort of reminding you how opulent the society was. Every bit the equal of Ul'dah. And as you go down the stairway, you can see several openings looking like they're leading into shops or houses that most of the doors are gone and the insides are barren and empty. Very slowly you descend, looking around yourselves and admiring the architecture and how sturdy it must have been to remain stable for as long as it has. Once you reach the bottom of the stairwell, you find yourselves looking off to your immediate right, and you can see where the water is hitting this circular container that goes downwards. And no sooner does it flow down, does it get diverted into 100 different locations, flowing once more to various areas. The largest pipe of which heads immediately to your left, where another sign reads, Water Purification Zone 8. You look over and you see an archway, a door slightly ajar, and Camilla, with your detect magic still open, the black and red bonfire, surrounded by a myriad of other tiny flames. This time, they don't blink out.
Oh dear. I think we found that source of magic.
Shall we go in then?
It is, at this point, Camilla, I need you to roll a perception. You listen, and you hear a faint sob, a small gasp. You hear the crackle of candles and the drawing of steel. The slow scrape of metal on metal grows. Your ears focus, and the pounding of water behind you begins to mellow out. In a language you don't understand, you hear a few mournful sounds. Roll a will save. It's hypnotizing. It's enchanting in the sorrow behind it. Your ears pin flat. Your eyes dilate, grow narrow, and then droop. And before you know it, your legs are moving on their own. walking straight ahead into the room.
Cam? Tries to grab Cam's hand.
Cam pulls her hand away from you. And not saying a word, reaches into her bag of holding, pulls out a candle, and lights it. And keeps walking in.
Kind of just reaches out and grabs her by the scruff of her neck, like, like cats.
Her blade draws itself and stabs you.
Self-defense.
Should I be rolling damage?
You can roll an attack. Enduin is dancing.
Whew.
Thank God that didn't crit, because I see 2 19s.
Do either of those hit you, Kato?
1 second. No.
At least it wasn't augmented.
It basically like slashes in front of you, going wild, and it floats in front of you, blocking you from touching Cam.
Son of a bitch.
Cam disappears through the doorway without Enduin. It floats
Should
there.
we go help her?
Wait a minute. Without Enduin?
She left her blade. It floats there for about 12 seconds and then drops and then darts back through the door.
Well then.
Should we go after her?
Yes.
Probably.
You first.
Alright, let's go.
Works as you start to approach the door. Roll a perception. You don't hear
Fuck
anything.
yeah, it was a 15.
You don't hear anything.
Woo!
Kato, Dak, Rowan,
Going in.
Gedger, roll a perception.
Okay.
19.
I ain't gonna stop Yedrin. Someone else can do that.
Yedrin, Rowan, Kato, Dak. Do you all hear this mournful sound coming from within? This faint dirge. I need you all to roll a will save.
Damn, Rowan.
Rowan and Kato, you two are fine. Dak and Yedrin, your eyes lid, and you begin repeating the same motions that Camilla did.
God dang, a DC. Like,
22.
oh.
Can I try to smack one of them out of it?
Who are you gonna smack?
Dak.
Why would you smack me? Yedrin be the most...
Because Yedrin will smack me back and that'll hurt.
Dude, I'm in nut range. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd rather take that than what Yedrin throws out.
That's fair.
Okay, roll an attack with a -4. Because I'm assuming you're not trying to hit her with your weapon.
Hold on 1 second, I need to do some math.
Wouldn't it just be melee or something?
It's melee -4.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Luke.
Or rather, I'm assuming you're trying to do non-lethal.
Yes.
Just, if you're doing non-lethal, just roll your usual attack and subtract 4 from the result.
But I don't want to hit him with a weapon, just want to smack him.
Just roll a d20 with your BAB.
Just hit, open up your sheet, click melee, that'll roll your BAB, and then you just subtract 4 from the result.
You missed.
Yeah.
I'm
She's too
sure.
small.
You walk up to like kick her, and she just like scuttles up a little faster.
I was gonna
Walks
say,
out of the
how the
way.
hell's that your BAB anyways?
10. I added my strength modifier with -4, so it was a +1.
Ah. Oh yeah.
So you whiff, and Jedrin and Dak walk through the door.
Should have bonked her with the spear.
Yeah, you should have.
Okay.
What's your CMD there, Tart?
His CMD, it's 18.
Grapple!
Fuck.
You grab her. She's already lit a candle. She turns it and she starts lighting your arm hair on fire.
Swats the candle away.
It rolls to the floor. Goes out. Yedrin, meanwhile, has walked in.
And then I use Fiery Soul on him and just go.
It starts to entrance.
Do
I
I?
mean, it's very clear that their journey got drawn into sorrow, because that's like you're doing it's like it's a funeral parade. I mean, so far nobody seems hurt. Let's check it out and see what happens.
Let's go through the door.
Okay, everybody went through?
Rowan's actually going to pull out her candle and light it up to kind of, see what happens.
Okay.
Morgan's going to pull out his weapon.
Alright.
Rowan is a weapon.
You all walk in, and you can see another crystal. As you walk through, you see another crystal sitting in front of this wide reservoir. It's pure white, and water is flowing into it, and then flowing back out clean. You look to your left, you look to your right, and you see these boards where people would originally nail information connected to these large metal pipes. The papers long have been falling to the floor. As you gaze around, you see shrubs growing out of the steel all over the place. And then surrounding you are countless tiny pixies, very similar to Zinnia, only these are dressed in pitch black gowns. Their hair varies from purple to pink to white. Their skin very pale. Their eyes are an electrifying blue. And they're all singing very mournfully. In front of them is a figure roughly about 6 feet tall, dressed completely in armor that is feathered metal, a raven-shaped mask over his face, black feather cloak around his back. A falchion is in his hand, and in front of him is a small pedestal with a singular pixie laying on the front of it. He holds the blade over it. The creature shivers ever so slightly, her hands folded into the funeral position. Slowly but surely, the raven-armored figure brings one hand over her, strokes her head soothingly, and again, a language you don't understand comes from its mouth. It waves its hand back over, and you watch as this pixie's aether starts to lift up, and he swings the falchion through it. The aether disconnects from the creature's body, rises upwards, and the pixie goes paler still and ceases moving.
Quinn is gonna like gasp and just cover her mouth like, oh my god!
Camilla, Yedrin, Dak. It is at this point the various pixies in the room stop their chant, and you all come out of your trance.
What?
Oh. What's going on?
Are you back?
Where should I start?
Because Tart's still in his arms, just...
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Yeah, you started marching in here like a zombie.
What's going on?
No idea.
Well, that pixie had her aether cut from her and is now dead. While all of you decided to light up candles and come in here to mourn because it was like a funeral procession. Let's see, you burned Kato, and Camilla, you tried to cut up Works. We didn't bother with Haunt because Haunt would have killed somebody.
Not wrong.
Right. Duly noted. So,
Are the pixies still in the room?
Yes, they're all still in the room.
What are we doing about this guy?
What are you looking for, Ron?
I'm looking to see, now that everybody's out of their trance, I'm looking to see what the pixies are about to do, and if I can sense any hostile intentions.
They're kind of craning their heads and looking at you. There's not a sense of playfulness there. But they're all kind of looking toward the raven armored figure. Like they look at you and they look at him, and they just stare at him.
Hey, punk!
Face.
Have you put me
Not
down?
insult the man.
Have you put me down? Please say you put me down. already.
Before that happens, wait 1 second. Because I have to look something up.
No, I have not put you down.
Please don't shit talk while you're holding me. I don't want to be in range.
Wallachilk has got a +5 confidence.
Oh my god, he is using his shield, isn't he? He's got like holding me out or something. Yes, the llama felt
I need all of you to roll a will save.
fun.
Now? Are you kidding?
How did Works roll higher than several people?
So I rolled a 19.
No.
Kim's wisdom is dumped. Of course her will saves are gonna suck.
So I'm just trying to fix my keyboard. Let me just hit this quick.
Iron will for the win.
My keyboard's acting badly.
Okay. Everybody but Kato and Dak, you no longer trust each other.
Wait, what?
This creature
Even works.
even works. None of you trust each other anymore. This
Wait,
creature
wait.
radiates enough energy out of it that you look around and you're like, you've all been, everybody but Dak and Kato are now shaken. And Yedrin, I am including your +2. Additionally, you look at your companions and you're like, why am I traveling with these people? These people suck.
I mean, you're not wrong.
It's like, what have they ever, it's like, what have they ever done for me? Works, you look at and you're like, these people hurt me all the time. Why am I doing this? Kato, you're like,
Fuck you guys.
I'm getting insulted by these people on a daily basis.
I say I made my will save.
Yeah, he made his
Oh,
save.
I'm sorry, my bad. My bad.
Are you
Forget
telling me
that.
I missed it by 1?
Yes.
God! I'm more upset that I missed it by 1 than I had to roll on that 20 to make that.
I mean, what do you expect from a CR-17 creature?
Oh,
Fuck.
Jesus.
Dude.
The fuck? The fuck?
Uh-oh. Are you saying that Rowan is now going to get pissed off?
Yes.
Rowan, you're looking at these people and you're like, why am I dating this asshole? Why?
Valid.
He doesn't need a will save to question that.
And then it's like, then you start thinking about it. It's like, well, why am I traveling with these people? You're like, there's still the anger pointed at this person, but now everybody is paranoid about each other, aside from Kato and Dak. You're sitting there thinking about how awful everybody in this group is, and how you don't trust them as far as you can throw them.
Tart, you do have a spell that is a mind altering, right?
Not to this extent, no.
Well, if you can force them to make another will save on a mind altering effect, you can cancel out the current one.
I can't.
Wait a second. You're playing on all... What did you do to her? What did you do? Why am I with you people?
There's silence for a moment, and then you hear Scotch peep up, and he goes, Sawa Kalim! Sir, they mean no harm. They don't understand. And he shoots over towards him. He floats in front of his face. He's like, please. They don't understand.
Speak for yourself!
He narrows
Don't
his eyes.
understand! He just killed one of his own people, and I'm with these people! Rowan starts to get angry, and she starts to feel the heat radiating as it gets hotter and hotter.
You see,
Morris is moving farther away from rowing.
you just see him.
All of you, stay out of my way!
Calm
I'm gonna
down!
get
Why
the
would I
outside.
calm down?
You
You're...
you suddenly see
Little Lalafell!
You suddenly see the raven-headed figure like reach out and touch Scotch's face and stroke down it, and he says, "It has been a long time, Federic Sword." And all the trust that you've built up with each other comes back. The feelings dissipate as that powerful essence comes back into him.
Ah,
Scotch.
I still don't trust you, Cam.
Cleaning.
Scotch looks down and he says, "Please, don't try to hurt him. This is Sewal Kalim."
Hold on. Can I smack him for making me not love Rowan?
No!
Oh, come on!
Oh, shut up!
No smacking.
Okay, fine.
He looks at you and he says,
Questions my well-being and why am I without magic?
he looks at you and he says, "You may try."
Oh, don't give him that.
Cam just sighs and takes Edwin from its half-held position to just be sheathing it.
If he's got the balls
down.
to say that, I'm not gonna try it.
Just puts Tart down.
You also realize, all of you, as he looks at you, he's not looking at you. He's looking through you. He's looking directly at your aether, and he's looking at the things inside of you.
Roll a will save, dude.
I know, right? He needs his own will save.
He's looking at Hunt and he hasn't run in terror yet?
No, he actually finds it amusing.
Yeah. I'd imagine that.
Okay.
My little baby dragon peeks out behind, from my hair. I'm like, maybe he might. I wonder if the dragon will eat the pixies.
No!
Hey, they mess with me. I feel like I'm on fire. Oh
He
wait,
just-
that's normal.
He looks at you and he says, "Please continue, Ferretzwell." Scotch goes, "Very well. As I told you his name, it translates to immortal death.
Oh.
He is the only being of my kind that can give rest to our species. When one of us no longer wishes to live, he performs the rites. Otherwise, we don't die. Ever."
I have several questions.
I'll believe that
I'm gonna die.
makes a lot of sense to me, so I'm just gonna back off. Ken just holds up her hands and backs off.
Scotch looks at Euron and he says, "What questions do you have?"
I mean, you're pixies. You're immortal magic. Why would you wish to die? What would make? I mean, I know it would make one of us want to go kill ourselves, but what would make a pixie want to do?
At that point, the raven armored figure reaches out and touches his head, and then looks over you all and says, "For these, it is guilt."
Guilt?
Survivor's Guild?
I am sure that when you all came down here, you walked past a number of individuals frozen in time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do that?
I wouldn't say frozen in time, but sure.
These
Except for that one
pixies, these fae, decided to pull a prank upon the people of Silday.
Oh.
More
Oh my god!
just a prank
Pigs.
upon the ones in the water purification. It was supposed to be a small prank. 10 minutes of paralysis. 5. They didn't account for the excess aether coming from the crystals producing the water, which should have been 5-10 minutes, was multiplied by an order of magnitude into centuries, half millennia further. He waves his hands at some of the shrubs. These were individuals who would have sat forever stuck in their position. The solace that they were granted in having minds that could no longer process what was happening, or bodies that could rot, is the result of these shrubs.
So, do you know about the brain jars upstairs?
He nods very slowly.
Was that before or after?
They were there before. They remain till after.
So, let me ask you this question. What if the spider-ish humanoid that came down here and the scuttling sounds that they mentioned hearing?
There is a species below Silday. I know little of them. They avoid me, I avoid them. I remain here only until my job is done. Until all that seek death have found it, and until all the mourners leave.
They can't all seek death. And still, after all these thousands of years, it was a mistake.
How would you feel knowing that you inadvertently ended a civilization?
I have that fear in my life already as it is.
But how would you feel if you actually acted upon it? If it actually happened? How would you feel if you made someone suffer for half a millennia?
I didn't know that pixies felt that. I thought they lived in the moment and were childlike. That they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know guilt. They wouldn't know regret.
Even a child can feel regret, Rowan.
The creature looks at you and he says,
That children, yeah, but they're fae, they're magic. How would they even know what it is? It's a humanized term.
see Scotch look at you just pained. He's like, is that how you think of me?
The word.
I think of you as a pain in my ass, but that's beside the point.
The word may be of our making, but the feeling is not.
Dak, he knows that, but I still share my bacon, okay? Come on.
Dex slowly creeps up and just kind of takes Scotch and like holds him against her, just comforting him.
Just kind of leans into you. The Raven armor looks at you and he says, there are differences between many of the pixies, many of the fae, especially between the Seelie and the Unseelie. We are Unseelie. We have the dark. We are moody, depressive, and we feel a great deal of emotions. We enjoy our mischief, but when it goes wrong, especially on those who do not deserve it, we feel it more intensely. They don't all wish for death. Most of the individuals here are mourners. The vast majority of the pixies who sought it out are buried within the gardens, giving sustenance to the nature they once loved so dearly.
Oh, is that what I saw?
That explains the hole.
So those would be little burial mounds for the pixies.
He nods.
But then, what are the shadow creatures we saw?
Which
The ones in the waterfall.
You see him think for a moment, and he says, not one of ours, a spirit, much the same as... He looks at you, he scans for a moment. Your Lady de Croix, the way she summons Spirit Soul and Fitzmilt, someone else has summoned a spirit nearby in the same manner. Apparently it had decided to play.
Wondering if that would answer the giggles we've been hearing throughout, or if that would just be pixies.
A pink-haired pixie in a red gown kind of pops into being, and she goes, "No, that was me." She looks at you and she kind of sniffs for a moment and says, "You all smell familiar. Did you ever go to Aperneus?"
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you...
Briefly.
She kind of... hang on. I gotta go through my notes.
Are they the pixies that were helping Azir in the shop when we were getting the clothes?
No. Also, that's Arcani.
Arcani.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Those are muses. Those are human-sized and unbearably attractive.
And also that was in Gordania.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. gonna say,
Okay.
It wasn't that one fairy that was taunting Fiona, was it?
No,
I
I'm
don't
pretty sure
know.
that one's coloration was different.
Yeah,
I
that's true.
don't think Fiona ever told you about that.
No, I know. I'm just saying, out
So
of
that was-
character.
Yeah, out of character. Also, so I'm not responding much. I'm fighting my computer because for some reason the internet button keeps stopping walking. I think it's the USB plug.
Mm.
Where are my notes on that?
Let's read it.
Kyle went bye-bye.
Did he say goodnight or did he just...
Oh,
Just
I didn't
left.
see it.
It could. I was gonna say, it could be his power went out.
What was
Yeah,
it we're
really
looking
looks
for?
like walks up.
I was actually looking for the name of that mobster whose house you invaded.
Oh, the mobster. I can't remember. God damn.
I can't remember either.
And that was also only Fiona if you don't know about it.
Oh, here we go. She goes, did you
There's
know
Kata.
did you know the Notore family?
I know, not a...
Templates.
I did nothing you can't prove a thing.
I've heard about them.
I think I remember them being mentioned at some point while we were in Aubernaeus last year.
She just kind of nods. They were like family, and they're gone now.
Oh no.
She just
Kind of character. Rowan didn't do anything. Rowan didn't do that, right?
No.
He backed out.
Fiona was the only one who had any part of it,
Yeah,
which made me laugh when she didn't come down here.
Ah.
Fiona's like the only one. Yeah, Fiona's the only one that even knows what happened. You just sort of heard about them, heard about the job, and then left once you said not doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she floats over and she sits on the raven armored individual shoulder. She says, "I really miss them."
Oh, what happened to them? I haven't been in town.
She goes, their entire compound exploded. There was an Ellison woman, awful, nasty woman, who infiltrated the compound and made everything go boom. I'll never forget her face. Ever, ever, ever.
Oh.
I didn't do anything. I was making things go boom during the conference, during the competition. Don't look at me. See? Look, I didn't do anything.
No, she had brown hair.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss.
Usually when things go boom, it's my fault.
I don't care. Kim frowns in deep thought.
Not that my words will really bring much solace, I assume.
She just nods at you and kind of leans closer to the individual in his raven armor.
Pardon me for asking, but did she have any other defining features?
There's a long pause, and she goes, green dress. She was with a dark-skinned Makote with white hair. Glasses.
She had glasses. The Makote had glasses.
She did.
So not a white mask? Huh. Okay then. Must have been someone else.
Tack just rubs her face. Oy.
What is it?
Oh, just an idea. Ugh. Either way, sorry for interrupting your ritual. I can understand somewhat guilt for things you've done.
He very calmly picks up the body of the pixie, runs a hand over it as he cradles her, and you watch several others very calmly take her from him and begin flying her off back toward the garden.
It's about time we take our leave.
And he looks at you and he says, I take it you are heading deeper.
Well, there's deeper to go.
There is
Do you know a quicker way?
There is a path down below, up ahead, through this place. It leads to the civilization beneath Silde, and further down into the tunnels.
How far down does this all go?
He thinks for a moment. And he goes, as the crow flies, maybe 5, 6 moms.
Oh, sweet matron.
Beyond this, or including all of this?
Beyond this.
Holy damn.
We're going to need more paper.
I don't know. I don't think we should map this up.
I mean, we're gonna open this up, and people are gonna come in here and
Yeah,
understand about pixies or anything.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should hand this into them. It's Ul'dah. They're not going to treat this place nicely.
You watch as the Reaper, as Yedrin so eloquently put it, moves forward and unfurls a piece of paper in front of you. It's like a folded pamphlet. He hands it towards you.
Jack goes up and gets it before scampering back to the group.
Says, that is a completed map of Sil'Dah before what had happened. The map is magicked. It will trace your path for you and illustrate what remains and how far beneath the ground you are.
This is immensely helpful.
He nods.
For real.
If you continue on downward, the map will grow and will continue mapping everything out for you. I have not ventured beneath. I have no need to. Likewise, you have no need to worry about our funeral rites or anything else should anyone come down here. I am more than capable of defending myself. I am more than capable of defending the pixies. Moreover, even if something strong enough to dissipate us comes by, we are immortal. We are of the Aether. We will simply return to our plane and come back later. Or
I'm not afraid of being attacked or you or your people. I'm afraid of, well, our people being dumb and coming down here and your people attacking and not knowing and fighting and those people dying because, well,
because they're
they're
going to send
idiots.
people. They're going to send people who don't deserve to die. I'd like to avoid unnecessary bloodshed.
Trust us, the only reason our presence is even known to you all is because of Firith Swol.
Who's that?
He points to Scotch.
Oh,
Scotch goes, "That's my name."
I
like that better.
oh. Stack's ears kind of droop.
He kind of sits down. It's hard to pronounce, and I don't mind you calling me whatever. Technically, I shouldn't tell you my name, as it can...
Power in a name.
He nods to you.
But that's immense trust to share that.
He kind of blushes a little bit. It means burning curiosity.
It's fitting.
Go figure.
I'm sorry, I'm doing to you essentially what I've done to my entire family. I can't pronounce a name correctly, so I give you a new one.
He just kind of buries his face into your hair and like disappears into it. He's much warmer than usual.
Aww.
Such a good Scotch. No, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding, but you know.
Don't patronize me.
So,
Barry.
before we continue, all in favor of burning the map and not telling Old Daw about any of this?
He looks at you and says, "Don't burn that shit. Give it back."
No, we won't burn your map.
No, not your map. The map we made.
Yeah, the map we made.
He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry."
So we go back, tell them there was a natural disaster, all the dead bodies, and then just leave it at that, or
just tell them tunnel's locked. We couldn't progress any further.
Well, if you do that, they would try to send someone else down who would progress further. That means
True.
if you wanted to stop that, you'd have to actually close off the path we took, and that would mean like collapsing a tunnel.
does that mean I could blow stuff up?
You suddenly see the Reaper individual who you all know his name is Sawol Kalim. And he looks at you and says, "Perhaps it'd be wise for you all to continue downward for your own personal reasons. I think you would benefit immensely from the tunnels at the deepest portions."
Well, that was the original plan anyway. But I don't think Old Daw needs to know about what's down here.
We can talk about that on the way.
Agreed.
We can decide whether or not to turn it in after we find whether he's saying it benefit us. And how.
You cut out, Yedrin?
I was saying, and how we would go about making it seem like we couldn't get overly far after spending all the time down here.
True.
Scotch pipes up. "Just tell them you got lost. It's believable."
It is us.
Can we... Okay. What we need to do... I don't know what we're going to find down there. I'm just worried about these spider people. Because then I might burn stuff.
I think the spider people are okay, because I think that was where Cam got the Velamelon, wasn't it?
I think so.
No, I think those are the fairies.
Well,
The pixies pipe up and go, "No?"
that was probably the spider people, and like he said, he doesn't bother them, they don't bother him, so we could probably do the same.
The voice I heard was pretty hospitable, though.
At that point, the Raven Armor says, "Did you keep the seeds?"
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking we could bring some up and put back the rest as they wanted.
He nods. It's like, just remember to place anything that you won't use off to the side. They'll pick it up.
Okay.
Alright. That's fair.
He stops and thinks for a moment. There's a long pause. And he looks over to another pixie and says something you don't understand. And she flies forward and she says, "Oh, while you're adventuring further down," you don't understand it.
Darn.
It's not Sylvan. It's an odd mixture of Sylvan and it's like a very odd mixture of Sylvan, Doman, and why can I not think of the name? Amalja.
Ah.
It's very flowery and very pleasing to the ear, though. It's almost like music.
Wouldn't expect anything less.
She floats down. She says, "Oh, while you're down there, you may see creatures that are hostile. But please, if you see anything humanoid, treat them kindly."
Mm-hmm.
So, basic courtesy towards spoken. Got it.
They
Out of curiosity,
They are a skittish bunch.
That's okay, we're a little skittish ourselves.
She just kind of nods and goes, "Well, what can you expect when they've..." Sorry, looking up an exact thing. She goes, "What can you expect when their people have been here since the second Umbral Calamity?"
Really?
Yeah, that's fair.
No, I could believe they'd be skittish seeing others.
They are an interesting mix of people. Ancients before the Allegans, Gamorans, Alamegans. But they've been down here for a very long time.
Well, we'll be sure to treat them as kindly as we can. But in the darkness, we can get a bit fearful. Not all of us can see that well in the dark.
yo,
She kind of nods. You may need to be extra careful then. The aether beneath the earth grows, and even natural ways of seeing through the dark fade here.
Thank you for the warning on that.
Does that mean my lights work down here?
It depends on where you go. In places, the dark aether grows so thick it'll choke out any but the strongest of lights.
Scotch,
Okay, good to know.
Scotch, will you be my light in the darkness?
You
Oh, dear
you feel
God.
your hair get even warmer.
That's her hair. I tease.
So this is a mass amount of dark ether?
Less a mass amount of dark ether, but a conjunction of aether crystals that are dark aspected in some locations.
Good to know.
You may find crystals of earth. In some places, there are even light crystals.
Hmm.
But remember, you are deep beneath the earth now.
I'll be mindful of the elementals.
She nods, and then she flies away, and the Raven armored male kind of walks forward and kneels down in front of Dak and then holds his hands out.
Looks at his hands, looks up at him, looks down at his hands. Tentatively holds her hands out.
He very calmly lifts you. And it's like being wrapped in a bird's plumage. It feels very strange. And he flies over the purification area all the way to the other side of the room, so you don't have to jump over the pipes that are blocking the path. And he sets you down.
Oh, thank you.
He just kind of nods, and he looks at everyone else. And you see, like, the pixies all just start fluttering around, and they just magically lift everyone up to the other side. Just to save them the trouble.
Was that
Well,
was that your feather I found earlier in the breast pocket of one of the dead?
He nods very faintly. It is a memento that those who have had their lives severed by me.
Oh. I'm sorry I took it then.
He shakes his head. It is of no value. Just a habit.
Well, I was going to take it home with me, but I'm glad it returned to its owner.
He hands you a feather.
Oh, this one won't disappear on me?
It's actually, like, you feel it, and it's surprising. It feels like steel, but it's soft, and the plumage steel moves like it's actual bird plumage.
Huh.
You kind of look at it for a second, and you realize there's sort of like this red tinge at the end. He says you can use that as a pen.
Oh. Thank you.
He just kind of nods very faintly. And he says that individual would have suffered with the knowledge that he was dead, unable to move for the next 3 millennia. I gave him peace.
Is that why that not as decomposed as the others?
He nods very faintly. That individual happened to have been carrying a number of ethereal crystals on him at the time. They reacted violently, drastically expanded his lifespan, and made sure the paralysis wouldn't wear off.
Oh, sweet matron.
By my examination, he was observing each individual second. Passing as if they were 100 years at a time.
Oh.
Breathing, feeling. That poor man must have felt torture for so long.
Thank you for giving him the release.
He nods. And then very calmly says, "My job is to give release to those who cannot die. when all is said and done, I will be all that remains, and I will sit and watch the darkness until all fades away and I stop thinking. Such is my lot. Such is my punishment.
Punishment? For what?
Roll a sense motive.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get a good read on him, but you can almost feel him smile at you from behind his mask. He holds a finger up in front of the beak and makes a motion to the downward staircase. You'll want to head down these, go through the middle door, and you'll find an elevator to an excavation site.
All right. Thank you, sir.
At that point, he leans down, and he pats your head, and then brushes up underneath the Scotch's chin and scratches.
And then Billy gets jealous.
And he does the same to her. He says, he looks at you. There's a long bout of silence, and he says, "Do take care of my children." And he vanishes.
Dak just mutters, "Always."
At this point, as soon as he vanishes, you turn and all the pixies are gone.
Well, shall we?
Might as well. Gotta
Yeah.
think that was both interesting and unsettling in equal measures.
So, question out of character. Who has the map?
The one we drew or the one that was given?
Yeah. Like, I guess I have the map?
Either
Uh-huh.
you or Works.
Well, I mean, like, he gave it to me, I think, so... Who wants to hold the map?
While everyone else files out, Cam takes Dak by the hand. Can I speak to you for a moment?
Sure.
That description wasn't a perfect match, but do you think that Pixie was talking about him?
I'm pretty sure at the very least she was also talking about my brother.
That's definitely not a coincidence, then. What on earth were they doing in tied up with the Tara family?
I don't know. I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know why they'd explode the place.
I'm trying to trust her, but it's really hard. This isn't helping. Her turning out to be a wildwood isn't helping. None of it's helping. Cam just shakes her head and sighs. You be careful around her, okay?
I'm honestly careful of everyone.
See this swirling mass of aether appear beside you as everyone else has already gone through, walked ahead, and is through the door, leaving you two in private. And you just see this dark cloaked figure with a red mask looking at you. My. Is that racism I hear dripping out of your voice, dear Moonkeeper?
Okay. In this case, it's not racism, because she specifically took a dust white name and turned out to be a fucking wildwood.
It's just...
My matron's name!
he just
I think I could be a bit upset about that.
You see him, he's like silently laughing. He's got his hand over, like the figure's got his hand over his mouth.
And who the hell are you anyway?
Just leans his head toward Dak and motions over and says, "How have you been, Dekwa?"
I've been worse and better at the same time.
Good to know. It has been a long time since I have walked these halls. I was wondering where you all went to. To think you would go down here.
It was a job.
Well then, interesting. I wonder what secrets you will dredge up. Memories that I have forgotten. Centuries, millennia. It's been enjoyable watching you trape through Silde. Was not their technology marvelous? Their usage of water to their advantage, the way they pumped it to and fro. I can see why Ul'dah was jealous.
To be fair, it was something they didn't have and they wanted, and that's just how Ul'dah functions.
But is it right?
Of course not. But I don't know if there was much of an alternative that could have happened.
And he says, and he nods, and he looks at Camilla and takes a bow. Forgive me, I have not introduced myself to you. Dekwa knows me as Homerut,
Mm-hmm.
as does a number of the party. We are acquaintances of sort. She's friends with my wife.
I see.
He looks back at Dak and says, "You do consider her a friend, don't you?"
Yes.
She'll be happy to hear that.
I do consider Fandaniel a friend. Or at least more than an acquaintance. But I would say friend.
He nods. She's very sweet on you as well. She talks about you.
Huh. Well, she's welcome anytime. And I suppose if you don't try to destroy the homestead, you could also visit.
Why would I
Granted.
destroy something nestled so serenely amongst nature?
Well, do you remember our last meeting was after Ul'dah and the incident?
I don't remember. Rowan and I have been communicating quite frequently. I merely stopped to talk for a moment about what's happening here. But it seems I interrupted something I shouldn't have.
No, she was just warning me of my friend possibly being sneaky, which is something I know all too well.
At that point, he kind of reaches into his cloak, holds out his hand. There's nothing there for a second, and then this white crystal comes out.
What's this?
It has 3 uses. It'll dispel darkness around you when you use it. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. I figured it would be helpful when you go down in the dark.
It very well would be. Would you like some seeds?
What kind?
Oh, melon seeds.
The white melons that grow down here.
Yes.
2, if you'd be so kind. I can cultivate enough from there.
takes out her bit of watermelon.
He just looks at it. He just chuckles. Floats 2 of the seeds over to himself and then hands you the little crystal.
Fair enough trade?
Fair trade. He looks at Camilla and just goes, if you hang around them, things like this don't seem strange. Then he disappears.
Okay, 'cause I was starting to wonder. I really was.
He's just gone at that point.
Okay, so first it's this, now it's a paragon. I don't.
Yes.
Ken just drops her shoulders underneath and starts.
Dak just puts away takes a bite of the watermelon. Or the melon and puts the rest away.
Suddenly a hand comes out and he just hands you a shaker of salt.
Oh.
Salt it, it's better. Disappears.
Alright, I was just taking a bite, but... Duly noted. And then she follows after everyone.
Alright. At that point, do you walk through the area he's talking about, that you were told about earlier? As you venture through it, you find yourselves looking at 8 waterfalls contained within glass containers, rolling down, and then immediately getting pumped back outwards so it doesn't go any deeper. You can see it looks almost like a lobby area, large, seated, and at the very back of it, you see a sign that says, construction and excavation only, with 2 aether crystal orbs pushed up against it. The lift still surprisingly functioning. Sitting there waiting for you.
So, who's ready to venture into ever deeper depths?
Admittedly, I'm not looking forward to it, but I do have this, and she holds up the crystal. It'll give us light for about 20 seconds. They're useless.
So,
That's useful.
I should probably let you guys know that, in dense levels of Aether, let's just say draconic abilities get a little bit stronger.
Oh.
I mean, Bahamut basically feeds on Aether, so...
I'm not even that worried about it, considering all the magic bullshit we're toting around. At this point, living with it, rolling with it.
Yeah. Just letting you guys know, things get a little, interesting along the way.
So long as we are not having to drag you out in pieces again.
Okay, that was on my own doing.
So, let's get into the elevator and go.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to like a straight, simple job. Just go in, map some tunnels, come out, get some money. Oh well.
Yeah, Adrian, at what point of this adventure did you ever think that job would be given to us?
We've had 1 or 2 simple, straightforward ones. Like I'm pretty sure the Guardian test thing was a pretty straightforward, simple thing altogether.
Yeah,
Yes.
destroyed. That was really simple.
Yes, go in.
You're
bash
welcome
it,
for me getting that one for you, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Yeah, go in, bash it, get bashed, end the story. Done. But that's 1 out of, like, what, the 20, 30 we've done so far?
I know, but
Good show, by the way.
Yeah, but I know, but you can't help but hope sometimes, you know?
I want to hope, but I know how things go for us.
Is anybody gonna
Ask
Yeah.
what?
I said, is anybody going to ask the obvious question here? Like, where did Tart get the crystal from?
I just assumed she bought it before she came down here.
Oh, no. I traded it for some melon seeds.
She did. I saw it.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask who you traded it to.
A friend of hers, apparently.
Black cloak, red mask.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, my wonderful.
Which one was it?
Hamaru.
It was Hamarut.
Okay.
He was,
So this thing isn't even that unusual.
he was being very cordial, and I returned the favor.
See, yeah, maybe.
No, we traveled with his wife with his wife on several occasions. She's very nice.
She likes us, apparently, according to him, so...
Don't know why.
I've had too
Questions
much.
still, but
God, yeah. I've just had too many encounters with him recently, so I don't know.
Well, this little crystal can light up for 20 seconds, 3 times. Give us a burst of light.
I'm guessing it's for areas where even seeing the dark won't help.
I suppose so.
sounds like it'd be best for emergencies in particular. Or if we really need to see something.
Alright, let's go get this over with.
Yes, let's.
I'm like, let's try and get over it. I'm not expecting this to be a short job anymore.
So you all step into the lift.
Yep.
You walk into the lift. There's a single lever.
Pull the lever!
Then pull the lever.
You pull the lever. There's a moment of silence. Then and you start to free fall. And that's where we're gonna end the session tonight.
Oh, god damn it! Run, lever!
Fuck!
I had to try really hard to keep myself saying Kronk at the end of that.
Why do you even have that left?
It's like, pull the lever! Okay, don't say the next word. Don't say the next word.